Yo! Yo! Okay, excellent. Now after that really hype opening, we're gonna have a completely chill stream. So the general idea is just kind of to vibe and talk about D&D stuff. Should we tell the story about how this collab got set up? It's kind of funny.
Against Humanity stream for tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh, it sounds like a lot of fun. And then, oh, I do. Like, you're family friendly. I'm not family friendly. I'm not family friendly. I am family friendly. Blah, 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 blah.
Basically, they were all like, hey, let's be lewd.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, everybody wants to be lewd except for us.
Mm-hmm. It's like, fine, we'll have our own stream and just hang out, talk about cool stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why I end up all blurry through OBS Ninja. It's just an unfortunate side effect.
Yeah. It's because the OBS Ninja, because of Sprig's normal layout, they are, need to be in a certain position on their screen. But when you put into OBS Ninja, I have to zoom in, and I have to zoom in and it pixelates. But that's fine, because it still looks wonderful. You're still delightful.
Oh, that's alright.
If beholders lack arms, how do they interact with the world around them? Well, easy.
Telekinesis rays.
Yep. Telekinesis rays and just simple prestidigitation to levitate anything that needs to be moved, including themselves.
Yep.
What is my view on mind flayers? They're actually very polite. Surprisingly polite. That's my take. But yeah, if you know, we can just forward with that. If chat has questions, we could just do some various D&D Q&A stuff and what we think about various things that we think about, because we think about things when we think about things.
Absolutely, I would love to do questions.
I thought once.
It was scary.
Terrifying. Hundreds died.
There was like a headache, but there was all these pictures flashing around in my head.
Hey, Pac, how you doing? Actually, I should say hi to all my chat. Wait. Hello to that one Kobold, and Crazy Connor, and Ripley, and Fantos, and Hebrekik. I should have done this before we went live, but that's fine. It's all good. And hello to everybody in...
Ripley, hello, Pack Tactics.
Yeah.
As far as the voice changer, I don't use one, but I know a couple of friends use... One uses Clownfish, and one uses Morphfox.
There was one that I used a long time ago, something about a bee. I forget what it was. Screaming Bee, I think? Oh, okay, that's a Morphox. That is Morphox. It was the... One of their IPs. Good night, Pac. Thanks for showing up, though. So. Now, actually, you know, since we mentioned beholders before, how do you feel about using monster classes as playable characters that don't have base character templates?
I've modified monsters a few times to be playable by me players. Usually I just do it as one-shots, but that was actually my very first player character, or my first character, not player character, the first character I ever played in D&D.
Really? What was it?
Yep, I played a flaming skeleton in a 2nd edition dungeon.
Yo, that sounds awesome, though.
Yeah, I had no idea what I was doing or like how to play or anything. It was just my very first night sitting in on a D&D session. The DM basically looked around his dungeon really quick and went, you know what, there's this one flaming skeleton that's like really out of sorts among everything. Like it's just totally different from everything else I have in the dungeon. You can be the ghost that's animating that skeleton.
Amazing, though. Though, honestly, I have to say,
So it's like
like,
imagine like 6-year-old Sprigg, confused, not knowing what anyone is talking about or understanding anyone. You're this one, the flaming skeleton. I tried to hug everything.
aw, it's adorable. I will say, though, friendly skeletons in RPGs are a amazing aesthetic. Like, the skeleton that acts as though they're alive and just kind of chill. Like, every game that has had that, that's always been a standout character. I don't know why, but it always is an amazing character.
My Tuesday party actually has one is their current best friend, and it's like one of the sweetest things that they've done in the party so far. Basically they stumbled across a demi-lich. It's like
Oh,
short explanation. They were in this dungeon, which is like a. Mind you, I use a different definition of the term demi-lich to the vanilla demi-lich because I don't think that demi-lich makes sense.
mm-hmm.
Um, so they're in this dungeon. It is a catacomb for the Lich Kings of this fallen country.
Okay.
And they stumble into these barracks, like living rooms, quarters.
Mm-hmm.
And when they're searching one room, it's empty. They search a second room and they notice that like some things were abandoned in mid-use on the desk.
Okay.
And they find a demi-lich hiding in the wardrobe.
Surprise.
So they find out a little while later, like, the demi-liches are... They're, like, fully sentient or fully sapient, unlike most of the other undead in the dungeon.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that anytime they are outside of their quarters, they're, like, magically bound to their schedule and forced to defend the tomb against anyone.
Mm.
So they only have, like, full control over their own free will when they're in their quarters.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. Because then it raises the
So
question of
the
how many of
wizard
the...
of the group,
That raises
they
the
had
question of
killed
how
like
many of
3
the...
by that point.
Okay, okay. And the question is, are the ones that they killed also, would they have been cool if they were there in their own quarters? That's a really interesting angle. I like that.
So the wizard identified, like he inspected and identified the enchantment on the room, and then recreated the runes on the skeleton, on the demi-lich's rib bones,
Hmm.
so that he would maintain the enchantment even if he left the room.
Nice. Yay. Good ending.
Yeah, so they rescued their new friend, who, being unable to speak, they named McRib.
Aw. Now, could it talk in other ways, or could it just not talk whatsoever?
It can't talk, but it can read and write. But it only speaks, like, outdated languages because it's been in this tomb for like 200 years.
That makes sense.
So it doesn't speak the current common, it doesn't speak, because the current common is like a pidgin language of Dwarvish, Elvish, and Draconic, basically.
Okay,
And
okay.
the former, the old Alorion is the name of the, like, former common of the country that they were in.
Hmm.
So he knows, like, the archaic version of that language, but none of them speak it.
Gotcha. Neat. I think I think my first RPG game was actually a Star Wars game. I think it was the old D6 Star Wars system. It's actually a pretty good system. But yeah, I think that was the one of the first RPGs that I ever played. And I played a
I see.
I played a bug character. And I took their name directly from an old. So you know what? Let me just real quick talk about names, because naming characters, especially with you the GM, and you have to go name like several characters per session out of nothing, can be difficult to name. Either you have a list of names ready, or you start frantically googling, you know, regional names on the fly. Isaac Asimov, if you're familiar with him, the author, has done a lot of essays about writing and about writing science fiction specifically. And one thing that he says is keep your names sounding fairly normal, because if you're writing a book or you're writing a TV show or you're making a game for people, they're gonna want to talk about the characters. And if the characters' names are an incomprehensible list of letters, they're not going to be able to talk about the character around the water cooler, right? And the example that he used was a sci-fi, insectoid named XLBLJNSK was the example that he used. So my first character was named Ulanusk. And I spent hours practicing the pronunciation. Ulanusk. XLBLJNSK, exactly as Asimov said never to do.
Classic.
Yeah. But yeah, it is very good advice. And if you look at Asimov's characters, it's very apparent. You'll have characters that are just named Henry, like it'll be spelt with an I at the end or something. But like, the main character of the entire Foundation series is named Harry. It's like, okay, sure, that's a fair name, but it still becomes iconic and interesting because of the circumstances that they're in. It's just memorable. It's still memorable.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Anyways, that's my thoughts about naming characters. And wait, did I put on?
Oh my goodness, shiny fighter. My name is Stanley with a K. Where's the K? No, my name is Stanley.
But
with a K.
Yeah, with a K as the last. Yeah, nice. That's fantastic, actually.
Yeah. If beholders are also all consumed by their egoism, would it be possible to get a beholder effectively being Don Quixote?
Don Quixote is a fantastic character, though. Just in general. Also, I actually hit. Hold on a second, let me find a thing. Where is it? If I don't find this, is going to bug me. Someone has actually made fan art of me as a beholder. I don't exactly remember why they made this fan art, but it is definitely a thing that has been made into existing in this world. There it is. I will send it to you. You want to? Oh. It's silly. I mention it because we have had a lot of Beholder chat questions. People in chat like Beholders today, it seems. And honestly, reasonable.
Yeah, I'm gonna get this up on chat 1 second.
Beholders are just nifty to me. You know what? It's one of those things.
Jade holder.
It's one of those things like I just think they're neat, right? Papa.
Hello, Shura. How do you do? Oh, that's Sippy. Hang on.
Okay,
Am
so...
I frozen on your stream?
Oh, actually you just froze. Tragic. But there it goes.
Bucket.
Yeah. Well, I can't bucket, sadly. So whenever I'm on with somebody who's streaming on Twitch, I have to do whatever redeems they do, because I don't have redeems on the YouTubes. But every time you get a
It's just a
sippy or something,
sippy.
yeah. Excellent. Bucket, true. I have a bucket for streaming. It actually is a bucket with a metal straw.
How is me? I is good. How is you, Shura?
Parakatam
I
parato.
think I'm gonna make sure just to play it safe. I'll keep the control room open, so hopefully it won't freeze.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever had chat try to drown you?
Yep. No, I had to put a cooldown on my sippy because of that. Because there was I still remember there was one night, we did. I think I was playing Remnant. Like this was way early when I was streaming.
Mm-hmm.
This one person came in chat and was like, "Okay, everyone, all together, sippy, 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 sippy." I got like 36
no.
of them in less than 5 minutes. He's like, "Okay, I guess I'll just drink my whole water bottle and explode." Then.
Guess I'll die. Hold on one second, I have to kick one of my mods. Ah.
I originally got the bucket because of the Homestuck lore.
No. Ah. So what's your opinion on No, never mind. I'm not actually gonna... Have you heard about Homestuck? Gosh.
See, oh my goodness. The hot dog, it vanished. I ate it too fast. I still need to fix my collision boxes, I suppose. I think I still had like a 2D avatar that I remember my first 3D. I think I was just into my first 3D back then.
I like my 2D
My
avatar.
models have been like a long time of just like chaotic changing.
They look fantastic, though.
Yeah, my hoodie has been taken away.
Yeah, you have a cool model. I like it. I respect.
Yay, thank you.
I am so excited for my 2.0 model, but it's going to be a little ways away yet.
Oh my goodness. Doc, I hope you feel better soon. COVID has never been fun. It's like I got it twice already. It is awful.
Oh, wow. I never
Yeah,
got
I
it.
was explaining last night that I have like the worst awful combination. Like I can't get vaccinated because I'm like lower priority for
right.
not having a family doctor. And then I'm lower priority for not being BCB bilingual. And then I'm also lower priority for not being a citizen.
I was higher priority because I only have one lung, but so I got mine a bit early. But I haven't gotten it yet, fortunately. So here's a question.
I have beans.
How far do you think it's acceptable to reskin a class? And yes, Viddle, I have soft horns.
Oh, like all the way. I'm just like... I am not entirely certain what you mean by reskin a class. class, but like, yes.
The answer is just yes. That's fair. That's fair. One time I played an arcane archer, if you remember that class. Actually, it was I think it was technically a seeker, but it's functionally an arcane archer. And the arcane archer has a bunch of spells that they cast through their bow that create magical effects. I reskinned it into an alchemist that had that was throwing jars and vials of concoctions that created the same effect. So mechanically it was the same. Mechanically it was identical. But they were crafting and mixtures and throwing a bottle that would explode at the enemy's feet and trap them in tar instead of shooting an arrow at their feet to make shadows grab their legs. It was so functionally the same but completely reskinned into something that it's not. Now, on what I cast Molotov. Yeah, exactly. But the question is at what point does that become a concern? Because you could very easily say, well, you've changed a magic casting class into a non-magic user, Does that ever become a balance problem? Or or I should say, at what point does it become a balance problem, right? Because I'm now playing a character that is no longer functionally a spellcaster.
Basically, the only way the only difference is you would go like, yes, you are not like casting spells, but you are using spell slots as your resource. So your DM would say like, you may not be casting spells in the traditional sense, but you're creating magical items. So like a spell that would counter a spell would still counter your magic throwing thing. The same as it would count a spell.
Yep, so keep the mechanics crisp.
Yeah, as long as the mechanics aren't changed, you can reskin anything however you want, really.
Yeah,
I actually go into that a lot in 5th edition, how, like, it doesn't matter what it looks like as long as it still works.
Yeah, they had that in the 4th edition book too, which I think 4th edition is the first time they actually codified that in the manuals, but like everybody I knew did it in previous editions. Like in previous editions, people did it, but it wasn't actually like in the books. In 4th, they decided, okay, we're gonna actually put this in the books that people can point to something when someone whines about it. Every once in a while, somebody would whine about it, right?
Yeah.
Though admittedly, I've been spoiled for good D&D groups, going to an acting college, and mostly having the opportunity to play with actors and content creators.
Yeah, that's definitely fair. Oh, my hoodie is back. Hooray!
Hooray! I guess if I had one complaint about my model is that I don't have any clothing switches. Well, technically.
I don't have very many either. It kind of stinks. It's tough to find like or get to more options.
There we go.
Oh! Your hat is hiding.
Now I'm stylish.
It is a cap of invisibility.
Oh, you got it chroma keyed out. Oh.
Yeah, it's a cap of invisibility.
That's fair.
Hang on, I actually have a thing too. Give me a second here. I might have some stuff pop up on the stream that's not supposed to be there, but hang on. I can do this. It is the return of Kebab Sponge.
What? Oh.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Huge! Ah! Panic!
What? I am confused and scared. This is probably my favorite hat. That should show up on your stream. Yeah.
Why is it sideways?
Chad Powerton glasses. Whoa.
Wait, hang on.
Well, now things are exploding.
Hang on. I'm fixing it. Ah, I have another mustache. Panic.
There we go. Perfect. No one will ever find me. Now we have disguises. They'll never know who we are now. Oh, geez. Who are these fine people? I've never seen them before in my life.
The old man kebab sponge here. Yark, fellow human, it is a fine day to pay taxes and eat corn, no?
Yes. Why, who could ever not do such a thing? How much voice acting do you do when you play D&D? That's actually a fair question.
A little bit. Oh my goodness, just the outfit change has like twisted my stuff and now it's diagonal on my face.
Honestly, I kind of love it though. Honestly, the crooked mustache kind of sells it. I love
How much voice acting do I do? I have done a lot in the past. But I've also got vocal notes now from like trying to do it for my D&D campaign. So I mostly try to just do like accents now if I do anything.
Okay. That's fair. Yeah, I try and run through different voices, because I feel like the voice makes the character more distinct, right? You know? Like, the difference between a light and flighty Fae character like this, and a lower pitched character such as this one, or adding in some gruffness and adding a bit of gravel to the voice. I feel like that changes, it makes the characters more distinct, and more distinct can mean more interesting, frankly. And more memorable, especially if you're...
I've never really had... Sorry, you got...
I was just gonna say, especially if you don't have any visual indications, like if you don't have a model, or if you don't have a picture of the character on the screen, you need to do something else to set them apart, you know? Go on.
I have never had much vocal range, so like... I tried and tried and tried really hard to make like... my D&D campaign that I've been running on Tuesdays. Like one of the first places they went was this huge dwarven city. So I was trying to do a lot of these like gruff dwarfish voices, and it like destroyed me.
Fair though. Yeah, it took a while for me to find my vocal range. It's not easy, but worth. I do want to get more into do more voice acting, like actual proper voice acting roles, but then you get my demo tape finished, and I'm waiting on one of my friends to work on that.
I've been talking with Tweak about doing some voice mods for Deep Rock.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, you might be able to do one of those too. You never know.
Yeah. I've been meaning to play more of that. I've actually haven't played since we played together. So what's the heaviest you've ever reskinned a character?
So that's... There's a lot of weirdness. There was a character I played a long time ago who was a wizard who I did as like a tribal mystic. and their spell book was all like carved bones that they had
Ooh.
like laced onto their cloak.
Oh, that's cool.
So right now I'm doing a character. She is such a doofy concept. I will explain Gonk. I've been playing her in Kashak's campaign. Gonk is a kobold artificer who was raised by orcish merchants. Books, darn it! So I've given her a southern accent. She's kind of like the camp mom slash cook.
Okay. Nice.
And she is like, I've played her kind of weird. I played her as an artificer with maxed out strength and low intelligence.
Nice.
Middling intelligence, and has slowly been building it up as she invents more things.
Oh, that's nice. I like that.
And it was actually this last session that we did was the first time she ever cast spells near the party.
Oh. I like that style.
She still hasn't used the magic items that she has with her, so like up until now it's been entirely like she wrestles things and her steel defender does fighting, and otherwise she just like eats boomerangs at things. So you imagine you have a small bold artificer riding a steampunk robot dinosaur eating boomerangs at things.
That's actually amazing.
And wrestling owlbears.
That's actually really cool.
So like, her voice, Gonk sounds a little something like this. I try to do a little bit of a heavy southern drawl. I don't know how accurate it is, but I do my best.
Well, that's fair. Sometimes it isn't about the accuracy so much as the fact that you're doing it, because, well, you gotta be trying it sometimes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I've done like I've played some very strange stuff within the bounds of 5th edition, in particular, just because I've gotten the most familiar with it in the past little while. There was a little while ago I played a Plague Doctor Rogue.
Oh, nice. Okay.
She was a thief rogue who I played with the healer feat. So I could use healer's kits, which is like bandages and stitches and stuff.
Yeah.
And what I did was, like in combat, she would be running up to someone and then rapidly binding or stitching their wounds in the thick of the fight because of the thief's fast hands ability, which lets them use an item as a bonus action.
Oh, okay.
Or like force feeding people healing potions and stuff.
Nice. So you basically made a battlefield medic. That's actually a really cool mechanic. That's a really cool way of handling that. I like it.
I made a battlefield medic without magic. And it was kind of silly because another person who was making a new character at the same time got upset that they couldn't play the character that they had originally wanted. Because they were basically going like, I want to be like Hexblade, Warlock plus Monk. I think it was. So it's just like my charisma and my wisdom give me AC and offense, and I need nothing else. It was entirely a mechanical decision. It was no role-playing, no character decision or anything. So that was declined. So it's like, okay, I'll do Warlock Paladin. So they could do the same thing.
Yo, Palalock. I made a Palalock once. Did I ever tell you about my Palalock?
I don't think so.
So... go ahead.
To finish my thoughts.
Yeah, please, go ahead. Please.
I I find Hexblade is. Oh my goodness! Ah!
What?
Bacon
What?
was a scream.
Wait, what?
Bacon played a scream at me and scared me.
Oh.
Um,
Okay, I definitely do not get your sound alerts, sorry. It was very
that's
confusing
okay.
without the...
So, quick. The think thonks. My train of thought has been wildly derailed.
You were talking about the game with the
Right.
Palalock,
No,
the character who, yeah.
Hexblade. Hexblade is a significant problem in 5th edition, in my opinion.
Really?
One level of Warlock, and you get the ability to use Charisma for all of your weapons, you get spell casting, you get Eldritch Blast. Eldritch Blast scales on your character level, not on your class level. So, like, why would you ever not take one level of Hexblade when it just makes everybody better?
Yeah, that sounds incredible, actually. That sounds...
You get 2
first
level
order.
1 spell slots per short rest. You get, I think it's 2 cantrips. One of them you'll take Eldritch Blast because it's ridiculous. Maybe take a 2nd level so you can now add your Charisma modifier to your Eldritch Blast damage. 5th level, you're now firing 2 Eldritch Blasts that both add your Charisma to their damage.
But you don't even need
Basically,
5th
going
level.
2 free or 10 free damage every turn.
But you don't even need that 5th level, because if just dipping into 2 is going to be plenty powerful.
Yeah, so you take your other 3 levels in like Paladin or Fighter or whatever else. And then you can just be like, oh, I'm a fighter, but I have like 2 levels in Hexblade, so now I can action surge as a fighter and get 2 actions in my turn, and then Eldritch Blast 4 times.
Jeez. Did you allow that, or did you make them back for that character as well?
That got declined too, because
Fair.
basically the person was just like, all they were trying to do was get super powerful mechanical builds. It's like they had really obviously gone on Reddit and like looked around for some hyper-optimized builds just to be
Yeah.
powerful.
I actually
And
had
what they
a
ended
power
up doing
gamer...
was like, what they ended up doing ultimately was like, oh, we have this new healer for the party. I'm gonna play a life cleric then to make a maxed out healing build.
At least that's a
And
little bit
then
more
the
reasonable
surgeon
than the
did
other
more
ones.
healing anyways. Because he used all of his spell slots on attacking instead of on healing or like support spells.
Nice. I actually got yelled at by a power gamer once because I made a character that was intentionally a little bit weak at the start of the game. They were intentionally a bit weaker because they wanted them to grow into their powers, and they were like legitimately, unironically angry and didn't understand why I wouldn't want to make a character as strong as possible. And it's like, my dude.
Yep. Yeah, I've played with that sword a lot.
Though, I do want to talk about that Palalock character that I played, because that was a lot of fun. So, roleplay-wise, the backstory was that they were a warlock patron. They were the patron being. But the patrons draw their strength from the packs as well, right? The patron draws a little bit of strength from all the warlocks and gives them the strength when they need it, right? That's part of how warlock packs work. Somebody had organized and killed all of their followers, so he was no stronger than a regular mortal. Thus,
Okay.
Thus, he was trying to rebuild his strength and create a new flock, and he was himself the patron and trying to get other people to follow, to enter a pact with him. But it was also in 4th edition, and in 4th ed, Warlock has a surprising number of defensive utilities. A lot of, if you get hit, you can make another player take the damage. If you get hit, you can backlash a bunch of darkness in the enemy's face. And usually these are kind of ignored, right? Because you have the fighter or the paladin or, you know, a warden in the front line, you know, protecting you in the back line. So usually these abilities were overlooked. They just never really, you know, had a lot of time to shine, just because if the warlock was getting hit, that usually means that you had bad positioning or in the battlefield anyways. So I took a charisma-based paladin and a charisma-based warlock and clasped them together so that I had the defensive tools of the warlock, but the battlefield control of the paladin. For example, you know, in 5th edition doesn't have marks anymore, does it? I'm pretty sure that they took that out.
Marks? I don't think so.
So marking was a mechanic in 4th edition that I think was a fantastic addition. But what a mark is it's a way of controlling the battlefield, and different defenders have different marks. For paladins, it's you put a glyph or a sigil on the enemy to kind of like declare it as a duel. If the enemy then attacks somebody who's not you, they have a disadvantage to hit, and they take like charisma modifier damage if they try to attack somebody else. It was a paladin's way of actually being able to.
They're not wholly removed then. They're like there's new things that do similar purposes but aren't quite the same.
Cool. Yeah, in 4th, all the defender classes had something like that. Like paladin had that. Warrior, if you attack somebody who wasn't the warrior and the warrior was in melee range, they just got an attack of opportunity no matter what. They got a guaranteed attack of opportunity if the enemy attempts to, you know. But it's battlefield control stuff. So I had this paladin who was forcing enemies to attack them through their various paladin abilities, and then doing backlash and darkness and effects off of the attacks on them using the warlock abilities. It was a lot of fun mechanically, and a lot of fun character-wise. Like, you know, like the lawful evil. Would you like to form a pact? You know, that attitude, and like, you know, like I get hit for a lot. I say, okay. I give that damage to the ranger. Be like, I choose to not take that damage and give it to somebody else using a warlock ability. It's like, that's actually really useful on a paladin class. Like, it's a different type of healing because it's not actually preventing damage, but it's redistributing it in a way that might help your team. And there was one power. I hope this still exists in 5th. I really hope it exists in 5th because it was one of the coolest powers I've ever seen. It was called...
I can let you know.
Huh?
I can let you know I've got a pretty good idea on 5th edition.
Yeah. It was called... I think it was called Unleash the Power Within, or Unlock the Power Within. Basically what it did is you touch an ally. That ally gains demonic properties. They gain fire resist 5 and an additional plus 2d8 on any melee damage for the entire encounter. You basically elevate one of your allies into a demonic creature, and it lasts for like the encounter or like, you know, 10 minutes or whatever. Yeah, the battle is. It was a really cool effect.
I'm sorry, I was just pelted with bits and I missed out on like around the middle. Would you mind repeating? I'm so sorry.
Certainly.
Thank you, Bacon, by the way.
So the ability, you touch one of your allies, and you effectively turn them into a lesser demon for a little while. You give them fire resistance and additional fire damage on all of their melee attack rolls for the rest of the encounter, and I think there's something else too. But yeah, basically you touch one of your allies and make them go beast mode for a little while. I'm looking up the exact
Um,
name of it now, but yeah.
it looks like StreamQuest crashed.
Ah, rip.
It has died dead. I am sorry.
Have fun with your new wounds from your friends. Yeah, but it works though.
There are some spells that do similar-ish things from what I'm understanding, at least, from what I managed to absorb. Amidst game crashing and people playing the saxophone app.
There is it.
Like, for example, there's a Chardonnay Stride. Ha! A Chardonnay Stride is one of my favorites from the newer, the Fizzbands, Fizzbands Treasury of Dragons, I think it's called.
Okay.
Is
what's it do?
a touch range, boost speed by 30 feet, and anywhere that you move leaves a trail of fire.
Ooh.
Remember when healing spells had inverses that were recognized by the core books? Yes, I do. Back when it was like positive and negative energy.
Though health is always... That's all fine. Sorry. Though health is always an interesting topic in D&D in general, because health doesn't necessarily mean your ability, like, how much blood is in your body, right? Like, health is your ability to fight.
Okay. For my games, for example, just because I know, like, we're talking about the abstraction of HP. I regularly flavor, like, HP taking damage as not necessarily getting hit, but, like, your armor taking the hit for you, or just barely managing to parry in time, kind of thing.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you only actually get a direct damage when it's, like, a very large hit. So, like, one point there was the sorcerer who took, like, almost his entire health pool in one swing from an orc with a great axe. So I flavored it that he parried it on his scimitar, but it, like, his hand coming up to brace the sword, two of his fingers were too far forward and it just sheared his fingers off.
Ooh, ouch. Clara says, Gygax error writing says that HP is an abstraction, and I agree with that. Yeah. That's why in some editions, bards are healers, not because they're actually mending wounds, but because they're giving you the will to fight. They're giving you the, the will to get back and stand up and get back in the fight. Which I think that
Put
is...
on some music here.
A new monster that beats you just by bumming you out. Well, that's what Vicious Mockery is. Vicious Mockery is literally that. It's a monster that is it's attacking by demoralizing them. So yeah, I think that Shadow Haxor is exactly correct on this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hara. I did play a bard once that was a very interesting low charisma bard. This is not on the topic at all. I just feel like talking about it because it's fun. It was a half orc bard. The other half was troll, mind you. And their instrument was war drums.
Ooh.
Their instrument of battle was, and their weapon was the mallets. Was just these clubs, and I wanted to play a bard that wasn't, you know, a dude in a lute singing ditties. It was a large war drum that inspires fear in the enemies, and it's like it was a really fun character. They had like, you know, two brain cells and that have never collided in their life, but but it was a really fun character because it is absolutely a bard. It is still somebody who's using music powerfully, you know, either to inspire allies or to, you know, strike fear into enemies. But the entire essence of it didn't feel like what you think of when you think of bard, you know?
Yeah, actually, it's, believe it or not, another thing I've tried to address with my games, too. Is because, like, birds aren't all necessarily musicians. We had Elric, one of the players, he had to leave the campaign, unfortunately, but that was playing in my Wednesday game.
Yeah?
He was a bard, but he was actually just a scholar. He didn't play any instruments.
Oh, interesting.
Basically, we talked it out, and instead of getting instrument proficiencies, he just got extra language proficiencies.
Okay.
He was an anthropologist, and it's bardic magic in my setting rather than, like, dude magic flute. It comes from the fragments of Celestial, the language. The language itself, when spoken aloud, has, like, tangible power in the material plane.
Oh.
So, like, all bardic magic is just taking a fragment of Celestial and creating your spell.
Nice. Okay. That is a very interesting angle of playing that out. I like that.
Ugh, the nanners! I just watched them happen again on the screen. Do you mind doing one, like, a little thing with your setup for me, by the way?
What's up? Is it the hat?
Do you mind
It's
just,
the hat,
like,
isn't it?
mirroring me? Because I, like, when I'm trying to pay attention, it looks like I'm turning the opposite direction.
Oh, fair, though.
Isn't it cool to see if I can... okay, it's... Oh, no! Oh, my gosh! My boba ate my hot plug.
That can happen sometimes, I guess? How do I do that again? I forget.
The collision boxes are weird. Yeah, exactly, Clara. A lot of bards tend towards being musical because that's how a lot of stories are preserved in that time. Like in the medieval era, which is where most D&D is based.
There it goes.
Whoa, wide bold.
Wide bold. Sorry.
It's okay.
Horizontal rotation. I figured it out. And yes, bards are also storytellers.
Bards also storytellers, yes. Hello, Zerp.
Oh, that's an interesting point that that Shadow says. One thing that kind of bothers me is that bards aren't really focused on buffs like a lot of people think they are.
Oh my god!
And I see a lot of people say, "Oh, I guess I'm wrong for wanting a bard to play that way." I think in 4th edition they were. In 4th ed they were a lot more buff based, which, okay, that is a thing that just happened. That's.
I'm sorry.
You good there?
Thank you, Bacon. I'm buried. I'm sorry.
Rip, I guess? Just.
Thank you very much, Bacon.
I think that I agree, though. I would like for bards to be a bit more buff-based, and I think that having a class that is more of a pure support, where support does not mean just healing, would be a good addition to the game, mechanically. Okay, I'm gonna... So I think that that would be a good...
I swear I will be back soon. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
It's all good. While we're waiting, did you know that you can like and subscribe to the video to make all of your dreams come true?
Yeah.
Ah. I also have memberships. They're the same thing as Twitch subscriptions, except that the money doesn't go to Jeff Bezos.
A much better system. Oh no! It's happening again!
Oh geez. Okay. Well,
Thank
y'all
you.
have a you have a good time then, I guess.
Yeah, Serp, you are right. You can build a class purely as a support. Bards are one of the easier ones to do that because of bardic inspiration and their spell list.
Mm-hmm.
But you do have options in that regard. I actually usually play, when I play wizard, I usually play like full-on support wizard.
Mm-hmm. Actually, that's something that I wanted to bring up. Is what is your opinion about class roles and classes stepping on other classes' roles? Because when you say support wizard, I'm very much reminded of the 3.5 era, where wizards were the best at everything. The best lockpick in the game was a wizard with the various unlock spells. The best stealth character in the game was a wizard with the invisibility spells. The best, that was one class that could literally do everything better than the classes that were supposed to be doing it. I was curious on your thoughts about that.
I agree that it is definitely an issue. It was one of the many reasons that I didn't care for 3.5.
Reasonable, honestly.
And it's something that can definitely still happen in... Welcome, Zipko! How are you guys
Hello,
doing?
Sipko.
I think I'm back. I think I'm back now. Soon. Anyways, the
That's fine.
bombardment has ended. I'm
So
back.
I can actually explain the caster supremacy thing if you are interested in the game design failure that led to that.
Sure.
Because
I'm familiar with the problem, but like the exact nature of the problem is a little more complicated.
mm-hmm. So what happened in with 3 and 3.5? Because 3.5 is just 3 functionally. In 2nd and 1st edition, different classes leveled at different rates. So at the same amount of XP, at the same amount of XP, a rogue could be level 10.
It's happening again.
At the same amount of XP, a rogue could be level 8, 9, or even 10, while a wizard was only level 2 or 3. Right? And this made it so, and wizards, each of their levels was very strong and very powerful, and their spells were scaling incredibly well because it took so long for them to level up. And when they flattened the level curve in 3, which is a good idea to clarify, which is a good thing, they didn't flatten the spell curve. They kept the spell slots as roughly, well, not entirely, but roughly as powerful as they were, while allowing the players to allowing wizards to functionally level up faster than the other characters, because a level 20 wizard was the equivalent of a level 35 rogue. and thus wizards were just out of control. And that's really the core of caster supremacy.
Yeah, that was how we got to the nonsense of the permanence spell.
And permanence was absolutely
Just
brutal.
being like,
Yeah. Go ahead.
like, levitate permanence on one block of stone. And you just progressively build a flying castle.
Yep. But permanence required you to spend your XP to cast it, right? And if you're spending your XP, then you're leveling up even slower, which makes it a very, not an optimal choice whatsoever. But again, in that situation, when you flatten the level curve, was there an actual permanent spell in 3.5? I think there was.
Yep.
When you flatten the level curve or go to milestone leveling, which honestly most people should probably do, when you switch over to milestone style leveling, then permanence can no longer exist. Permanence can functionally no longer exist because the cost associated with it no longer is meaningful. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying.
Yep. I live!
Hey, welcome back.
Oh my goodness. Bacon with 20 subs now.
Okay.
This one is at least faster, I'm sorry. Thank you, sir, for the bit. It's not even a subathon right now.
What would a YouTube subathon be?
What was I saying?
Membership drive?
I returned. I actually returned permanence in my D&D campaigns for 5th edition. But I did a very different way for it to work.
How so?
Instead of, cost arbitrary amount of XP and that's it, every mark of permanence required a very large and very vulnerable magic circle.
Oh.
So, you could use a mark of permanence to make a spell permanent, but if it's disrupted, the permanence ends, the spell disappears, the whole thing is gone, and the materials to make the circle is about 10,000 gold. Thank you.
I actually used permanence in one of my 4th edition campaigns, but the way I used it was also different. I had it be a scroll that was untranscribable. It was a scroll that they received as a reward, and they had to choose carefully how they used it because there was only one in existence. So that was how I brought it. So we both brought back permanence in different ways. Have you ever used something such as money or experience as more of a tangible in-game resource rather than just an abstraction? That's an interesting question. I mean, that is what kind of what.
With money. Sorry
How so?
for the rainbows and the vibrating by the.
Just Twitch things.
Yep, just Twitch things. So. Parts of it, it's I did not give my party a bag of holding. It was something very... I don't like bags of holding. I think they're a over-convenient item.
I'm inclined to agree.
They make for too much convenience and they take away from the role-playing more than they deliver. Oh my goodness! Booba! Stop eating my cookies! Gosh!
I mean...
I know that there was a big update for the, yes, if you guys want to check it out, Jade's channel is right there too. What did you just walk into? You walked into Weird Bearded. We're just having a chill stream tonight. brain, derp. Yeah, no, the big holding, kind of messy and, like, too easy.
Yeah, it
So,
forces
the
carry
party
weight
has
to be a
had to
resource.
manage, like... Yeah, and on top of that, like, the party has picked up a wagon. So the wagon has some of their supplies on, and they have to keep track of where the wagon is. They've got a mercenary company that works for them. They have to keep track of where the mercenary company is and what they're doing with their resources.
Mm-hmm. Supply trains.
They have a bank account in one country that doesn't transfer to other countries, but can only be like you can exchange with the capital city in the neighboring country.
Ooh, that's
So,
interesting.
like, their money, they can put it away somewhere, but they can only access it as long as they're in a region that has a branch.
I actually had a campaign where the players decided they were going to ignore the main story completely. They ignored every plot hook. And when they found the uncontacted tribe in a faraway land on another continent, they decided that they wanted to change the entire game to become an East India Company style trading simulator. They wanted the entire game to be about creating a spice trade with the new lands, and I'm like, you know what? That sounds awesome. Let's do this. This is no longer a combat game. This is now a mercantile game.
Yeah, for sure.
It was actually it was actually a lot of fun. I mean, I had to rewrite literally everything, but I had a blast with it. I will say that one thing that I have liked doing in a couple games is abstracting money. Not just like taking money and completely removing money as a thing that exists. Either by putting the players in a place where none of the towns use currencies, or they're off in a wilderness and there's no place to buy or sell. But that way, money becomes functionally non-existent, right? Money has no value to it, and the players have to focus on the land and the other resources they have available to them. And when they do find a town, there's still no value to money because they will only take barter anyways. And that leads for some very interesting moments. That leads to some very interesting moments for the party, because, well, how much does a party normally rely on money, right? You know, you go in town and you say, hey, do you have any +3 great bows of sparks or whatever? And it's like, well, of course they do. And you buy it, and it's like, but what if that's not an option? Like, how do you have to adapt and think about the world in that situation?
I just made, like, the shops not have those magic items, generally speaking.
That's also reasonable, yeah.
I made the campaign more, I made it a little bit less high fantasy than the typical D&D settings.
That's fair,
So,
that's
like,
fair.
a magic item, if you buy one, is, like... You might be able to buy a magic item, like +1 sword, for example.
Yeah, because that's just masterwork.
But depending on what the item is, it might, like, wear down, and the enchantment fades and disappears, and then you have to find a way to recharge the enchantment, or buy the item over again.
Mm-hmm. Is masterwork still a thing in 5th edition?
Officially, yes, but they don't really have any specific rules for it.
Oh, okay. Masterwork, for people who don't know, is that it's an item that is just made well enough and by a good enough craftsman that it is a mundane item that functions as a magical item just by the magical imbue of the skill and the prowess of the crafter, not by an enchantment. It's an unenchanted +1 weapon that can damage ghosts and magical creatures because it's effectively the magic of the craftsman.
I believe the way it behaves in 5th edition, at least, is that it does not gain the magical property.
That's
it
fair.
gains the +1 bonus, but it does not become magical, so it can't cut ghosts and stuff, but it still functions better against everybody else.
Okay. I like that as a bit of lore. Like, just the sheer skill of crafting,
Mhm.
elevating the weapon, becoming almost a type of magic, right? I like that personally. I thought that was a
Mhm.
really neat lore point. I can understand why they would
It
disagree
is.
with it, but
Um, what I've done for mine is like Mastercraft goes up to +3, the same as like magic bonuses do.
okay.
Um, but to get a magic bonus on an item like a weapon, it has to be infused during the creation of the item.
Okay.
So you can't find a blacksmith that, for example, like no matter how skilled the blacksmith, they can't enchant it into a +3 magic weapon,
Mm-hmm.
even if they can make a +3 physical like
Yeah.
mastercraft weapon.
Okay.
So instead, like if you want to get those stacked bonuses, you have to pay like out the nose to get them to travel to the place where the enchanter is, or the enchanter to travel to where they are.
Yeah. Or you have a party member who's able to enchant, which is also valuable.
Mhm.
Ripley says they've been in a campaign with multiple teams exploring the same world, and if a team raids a dungeon, that dungeon remains raided for all the other teams, which I think is interesting, but might lead to too much PvP. And hot take: PvP in D&D is bad. Is that a hot
Yeah,
take?
I only know, I know one way that PvP in D&D is kind of fun. It's only as one shots though.
Yeah, in a one shot, that's fair. Yeah, okay. I'll accept that. I'll accept that in a one shot.
Um, Because something that I used to do with my first group and that I've carried on and not really gotten to do many more times since, but is called a dungeon run. Um, a dungeon run is basically like you work for a black company, like adventuring black company basically,
Mm-hmm.
where they'll work you to the bone. So when you get sent into this dungeon, you have a quota. You need to meet a certain amount of gold value in items from inside the dungeon.
Oh, okay.
The dungeon is designed to not have enough for everyone to meet their quota.
Oh. Uh-oh.
So what you do is like you set this up as a one shot to be like, oh, the winner of this will get maybe inspiration in the main game, which lets them reroll a d20 the one time. Or my game, I use fate points as well, which is just like, if dice would be rolled for something, you just say, no, I don't want dice. Fate point, I ignore this, like the rules for this one rule of cool moment.
Nice. I like that.
I also work with my players for like rule of cool all the time, but like fate
Oh, yeah.
point is this is rule of cool and it succeeds. I don't have to dice roll.
I insist. Oh yeah, I think that most good GMs will
But
adjust the
they're
difficulty level of a roll based on how cool it is and based on how well the player describes it.
exactly. The fate point is just it's a very, very, very rare system. I usually set up through one shots or things like that. And like an idea is like there's only so much loot in it.
Mhm.
It's designed to be a challenge for the full party working together, all the way up to the end.
Mm-hmm.
But there is not enough loot for everyone, and it's only the one person who has the most loot who gets the reward.
Hmm.
So
Interesting.
it becomes like a heist movie of everyone works together towards the common goal,
Yeah.
but you have that one moment where it's like, well, the reward.
But what if I don't?
Like, if I would, like, the boss is dead now, everyone's weak. If I just, like, finish off the fighter who was frontlining for us, now that's one less cut. And now we can split up the money and all the rest of us can win.
But like you say, that's only really a good idea in a one shot.
Exactly.
Oh, I have a funny story.
Hmm.
Are you familiar with a Wheel of Time?
Passingly, I watched the TV show that came out a little while ago, I think.
Oh, I hadn't seen that. I had read the books a long time ago. I got played a Wheel of Time inspired D&D variant, and before I had read the books, I didn't know the characters whatsoever. I didn't know the world. I didn't know anything. So character-wise, I played a deep woods hunter, and my excuse for me not knowing the lore, like I don't know what any of these things are. I don't know anything about the world. So my excuse was that my character didn't know any of the nations or politics because they were born and raised in a hut in the middle of the woods, and that the world is new to them. That way they were explaining things to me and to my character. And
Yeah, that makes sense.
it's a fairly low magic setting outside of a couple of casters that are potentially dangerous. Like magic casting in that entire world is not necessarily a good thing, or arguably, debatably. And I sort of just picked up on that and decided, okay, shh. You know what?
Sorry.
I think that would make sense to my character. I think my character would see magic as a strange, confusing thing because he'd never seen it before. I think my character would be a little bit afraid of how magic would be unnatural. So I may have accidentally made my character into one of the villain factions, which is the White Cloaks. Like completely incidentally, it's like, oh, whoops. I guess I'm evil.
Yeah.
Oh, I've read all those books, and I honestly couldn't even tell you half the plot points. They were. They were interesting, but there was a lot of filler. The books, every single one of those books was like 60% filler.
Oh, wow.
Like not bad, just a lot longer than they needed to be.
That makes sense.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of somebody who likes reading 1950s sci-fi. Who's your favorite author?
Patrick Rothfuss, I think.
That's fair. He's done some very good work. Wasn't he getting a TV adaptation?
I was hearing something, like a rumor about that, but I don't know if it's been confirmed.
I think that would be pretty awesome. But yeah, I really like his writing style. Again, with the classic sci-fi thing, I've always firmly believed that the world is a character. The world is a character, and they both need and deserve as much character development as anybody else in the book. And not a lot of authors, a lot of modern authors are too intense on keeping the narrative tight, right? They want to make the narrative snappy, tight, and flow quickly, and the first thing they sacrifice is the world building. Like, what was the name of it? Hold on, I'm trying to think of it.
It's a common problem I have with anime too, actually, is like, a lot of the time they have one strong arc, and then they're just like, okay, world building out the window, forget about it.
Yeah, true though. What is it? Codex Alera. That's what I was thinking of. I read Codex Alera, and it was the most frustrating thing I've ever seen because it's a very cool world, and it's a very interesting culture, and I wanted the author to just step back, stop throwing the character into wild events, and just spend a chapter or two just telling me about the world you've made, because you've made a cool world, but he refused to elaborate on it. that was a book that frustrated me for that reason. Not a bad book, like if you enjoy the writing style, but I just didn't.
Yeah. I had a thought. I did. I promise.
Thinking is hard though.
Yes, it is.
After Asimov, I would probably say either Robin Hobb or Jacqueline Carey probably would be my favorite authors. And then probably Rothfuss. Radar says good examples of world development was in Dune, and it's like fair, but like the Dune books are drier than the desert they take place in. And yeah, the Hitchhiker's Guide also has a lot of really good writing and world design and world development, and interlaces those very effectively.
Frank loved his thesaurus.
I love YouTube, but once in a while, YouTube will lag for a moment. And when you lag on YouTube, it picks up where you left off. So if there's like a 3-second lag on a network, you'll be 3 seconds behind live. It happens very often. And it's frustrating because they're no longer considered a live viewer. So my live numbers are always off.
Yeah.
Like, so every once in a while, I'll see my concurrent viewership drop to, like, really low. But I mention it now because that just happened. But one time I was playing Pokemon, and I ran a poll for a character's name. And YouTube said I had, like, 9 people watching. My poll had 18 results. It's like, huh, I just put that up a few seconds. Okay, sure, YouTube, sure.
Yeah. Twitch does a weird thing about viewer counts too, where they're like, oh yeah, no, if they've opened something else, they don't count anymore. If they if they're in too many channels at the same time, they don't count anymore. So, like, there are times back when I used to, like, think that it was an important thing to keep track of, I would go and look at my, like, viewer list, and it's like, oh, there's, like, 30 people in my viewer list. And then I look over my viewer number, and it says, like, 11.
Yeah. I hear that. I don't have a viewer list. Yeah, YouTube is actually the opposite of that, where I don't have a viewer list, I just have a chat participant list, so I can only see the people who are actively talking. It's like, well, that doesn't... That's not the same. Sorry, this is not related to D&D at all, but you were taking some time to think about things, so I just decided to tangent out.
Yeah, that's okay. Lurking is always okay. Lurking is the main way that I watch streams, too.
True. And also part of why I'm a YouTuber, because I mostly watch streams. I mostly watch VODs. I usually don't watch people live.
Oh.
And YouTube is a lot more VOD friendly.
I will, like, something that I will admit to is that before I started streaming,
Mm-hmm.
I never watched streams.
Same.
Like, ever. It was just not something that I was into.
Same though. I watch Let's Plays, but like, and that's, you know, if you watch my gameplay stuff, you can see that you can kind of tell. What did you watch? Is the question.
Honestly, I would either watch, so whatever YouTube videos from the content creators that I followed at the time, and then I would just like listen to music and be working on something else.
Fair, fair.
So now basically the only difference is that instead of listening to music on YouTube, because YouTube cannot ever find me new music, I watch streams while I do other stuff. Like I'm always well, my push stuck derped. I'm like always working on something for D&D, for example.
Mm-hmm.
I had mentioned actually, you know what? I mentioned earlier that I've been working on some D&D projects.
Yeah.
I'm just out of my own curiosity because I'm confused now and want to see how much I have actually done on these. So I've got my Brain of Rest handbook, which is the handbook for my setting book. This is like the main one. It's the companion to my Tuesday and Wednesday campaigns. Almost everything is actually just centered on the continent from Tuesday, though. It currently has about 119 pages of content in it.
Oh wow, nice.
And then I'm working on a homebrew document with my friend Wolf, who I think is lurking in my chat right now. For his campaign coming up, that I've put in about 20 pages of content, I think, pretty much by myself.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not by myself, but I did the writing for, at least, because this is like a big collab one. And then my revised classes, like my revised martial classes, is another 29 pages. So, the rounding off 30, 20, and 120. I've got about 170 pages of 5th edition content I've written each. That's currently in, like, semi-professional documentation instead of just my disaster of notebooks.
I don't even know how I would be able to start calculating the stuff I've written, because I've actually done, you know, game dev stuff. So it's like, I've written an entire source book, but like that's where, you know, and its own system. I'm actually the one who did Banded by Iron, the tabletop game.
Ooh.
Which
I'm not sure I've actually seen that one. Let me.
No, probably not. It was later taken and rebranded by the parent company.
Oh.
What was it? forget what they rebranded it to. It was before Riot Quest. It was a privately pressed.
Oh,
Actually,
I'm familiar with Privateer Press at least.
I like privately pressed. They're good people.
Hmm.
I guess I should rephrase that. They were good people, but they had to do a lot of restructuring lately, and I think they're going to come out okay. But some of the higher ups that I was more familiar with aren't with the company in the same. That's right. They took a branded by Iron and they used that as partial inspiration for Company of Iron, which was one of their War Machine spin-off games.
Ah.
Mm-hmm.
I used to play War Machine actually.
Same. I really like War Machine as a kid.
Unfortunately, the new edition that came out was like, hey, remember how we were hyper competitive? How would you like even more hyper competitive game?
Yeah, I actually talked to Hungerford about that once, and it's like, and the biggest problem with War Machine is that they don't listen to the casual base. They don't listen to the casual players. They focus entirely on the competitive nature of the game, and yeah. And
yeah, I told the story about this at one point a little while ago, but basically the new edition came out that was even more hyper competitive, and this new crowd of players started coming to the hobby shop that I played at,
yeah.
which was primarily a casual community, right?
Mm-hmm.
And at the time, I used to go every week, and I would just paint my minis, and I would hang out. And then maybe when everybody else showed up, I would play a game or two.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just vibe.
So I mostly cared for just painting. I didn't the playing of the mini war games has never been as much my thing because I don't enjoy the competition.
Mm-hmm. Same though.
So this person came in and sat down opposite me, and oh hey, I have a War Machine army too. Would you like to play a game with me? And no one else came in because the new edition came around, and basically all of the casual players just kind of stopped playing and started looking at other games.
Mm-hmm.
And this person they seemed kind of chill enough, so I was like, you know what, sure, you were the only people here. We'll play a casual, friendly game. And he said, oh, I'm just gonna do a little bit of practice. I'm gonna hold myself on the tourney timer because,
Yeah, they're trying to get used to it.
I'm playing in a tournament coming up, and I just want to get used to, taking my turns quickly. Sure, no problem. Okay, so we set out all of our stuff. And then turn one, he reaches down in his bag and he pulls out a great big laser level and puts it on the table. So every turn from that point on, when he was taking a shot, he was lining up with the laser level to prove, oh yeah, this laser goes from the edge of my base, between the base of your two models there, past the edge of the forest, and onto your caster's base, so my whole unit is gonna shoot your caster and insta-kill it.
Yeah, that's... you're right, that... I mean, I did have a laser level because the game is very much calls for that. The game very much wants you to be in that type of very specific, very calculated mindset, which is just not always the mindset I want to be in, right?
Yeah, so the next time, I went, okay, well, that was not fun. I'm gonna go back to painting my minis now.
Fair.
And I sat down and I painted my minis, and I thought about it, because I knew he was gonna be back the next week, because he's one of the new regulars now.
Mm-hmm.
So I started planning. And the next week, I planned a hyper-competitive list with what I had. And I was playing Kador, just for reference.
Mm-hmm. Very Soviet-heavy machines.
Yep. I was playing Karchev Kador with like all warjacks and mana wars.
Mm-hmm.
So like just mega heavy armor, basically. I wasn't playing that in the list against him because I was just playing casual, and I know that Karchev is, while he is neat, he's not fun to play against.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Because he kind of just like yeets heavy warjacks into your face on turn 1.
Which is cool, admittedly. And sometimes cool is more important. And sometimes cool can be fun, right?
Yeah. So the next week, I played him again, and this time I went my Karchev list that was hyper specialized for just reaching the point, and then parking on it and never moving because I'm mega armored and you can't kill me. So my Karchev and battle mechanics and heavy warjacks and mana wars marched up, and on turn 1 eliminated about 3/4 of his army, and parked on the objective because I just marched the whole way up the board because I have Karchev.
So, so this guy shows up, pulls out the laser level, and then the next week, Sprigg is just like, "You want to play? Let's play."
And I very pointedly made sure when I placed my warjacks on that game that they were base to base touching, so Karchev was right behind an impenetrable wall of heavy warjacks.
Nice.
And I killed everything except his caster, encircled the objective, and then waited. I just passed a turn over and over again and made him time out his turning clock.
And casters can't contest, so you win in 2 turns for free.
I didn't actually park on the objective. I just encircled it so he couldn't get to it.
Oh, brutal. Actually, that's even meaner.
Yeah, and I timed him out. He sat there for 45 minutes, going, I shoot at that, it does no damage. I shoot at that, it does no damage. Oh.
If you roll boxcars, you can do 1 point.
He went like, okay, I hit this one with my feet, and I do my spell for it, and I do 6 damage. Okay, battle mechanics repair for 6.
Nice. Amazing, actually.
Your turn. So I timed him out, and he was reduced to tears and left and never came back.
Oh. I mean,
And it was well deserved.
yeah, I think that's fair, though. I mean, it sounds cruel, but it also sounds like, I don't know. I think the hardest thing in that game is to make sure, is the unspoken agreement with your opponent of how intense you want to play, right? Because, and I think that also applies to D&D as well. It's a question of, how intense do you want this game to be? And that game in particular has a problem with it because there's no way of telling unless you explicitly bring it up with people and say, I want to play a casual game, or I want to play a semi-competitive game, but I don't want to, go full hog, or I want to practice for a tournament. Like, these are 3 completely different mindsets. One, you're just, moving around small dolls on the field, and that's a blast. The second one is I'm just playing a regular game and trying to win, but I'm not gonna sweat. I'm not going to be intense. And then you have the break out the clocks and the lasers and crack your knuckles. Let's go. And it's so easy for 2 players to not be on the same page. I remember, and go ahead.
I'm also abbreviating the story a little bit. He definitely had weighted dice, and like this was there was no chill with this person at all.
Oh, gotcha. Fair then, fair.
Like, it was totally chill, and then we started playing the game, and it was not chill at all.
Oh, I know the type. Yeah.
And I say weighted dice because of the number of attacks that he rolled. Like,
statistically,
I think he rolled like 40-ish dice, and he rolled like 35 sixes.
I have played at the competitive level. I preferred playing at the semi-competitive. I preferred playing in the at like
the local game store tourney kind of play.
Yeah, exactly. The problem is that one of the people in the meta was actually one of the best players in North America, so that was it's like, and he couldn't turn it off, and he knew this. He knew this about himself.
Yeah.
He had I think he did have like a mild autism. Like, he knew full well that if he was playing, he had to play at peak performance. He was also a chess player. He was also like, he couldn't. He knew he couldn't turn it off. And that's okay, because if you played him, you knew what you were getting into, But yeah, by and large, it was like, I just want to play the chill, casual story style games. I had one person come in to the store, and there's only a couple people in there, and they was looking for a game. I'm like, okay, sure. And he broke out. He's like, hey, do you mind if I practice on the clock? And I'm like, okay, sure. And then he pulled out one of the most dangerous and top-tier casters in the game. A control caster who literally has a time walk that lets them take another turn back-to-back, effectively.
Yep, I remember playing against that one more than a couple of times.
So I'm like, oh, so this is how it's going to be. Oh, because this is the first time they walked in the store, mind you. I don't know this guy. So I'm like, okay. I actually have a list to counter this. I actually have a specific list that's, designed to counter that caster, because I know how common that caster is, and I need to practice it anyway. So, okay, sure. You want to go? Let's go. So I pull out my Convergence list, Convergence of Cirrus, which is a very Art Deco style robot list. I'm saying mostly for I'm telling chat, since I know you know, but and this guy wasn't actually playing at a high tournament level. He was a more casual player that had the laser and the clock because that's what he saw online that he thought you were supposed to play. So he brought out these things because that's how he thought the game was played, not because he was being super competitive. And I didn't realize this until like the bottom of turn 2, and at that point I couldn't pull a punch. He couldn't break my armor unless I made it painfully obvious that I was, castrating my army and intentionally not using abilities. There was no way I could just not step on this guy. It's like, I chose a list specifically that counters your caster. You can't win this game. I am so sorry. You would need to be a tournament player at playing competitively to be able to match this list. And I see now that you are not, and I feel guilty about this, because I was kind of like, the welcome wagon, of the story. I was kind of the like almost the rep in that area. It was just like, oh no, I did not get the read on this. Oh no. Oh.
Yeah, that is pretty rough.
Mm-hmm. Cool dude, but he did not come back.
Oh.
Radar says he bought the most powerful and the stuff he needed for tournament players, not realizing what you need for casual, and that's exactly correct. He bought the stuff that people on Reddit told him to buy because it was powerful, and he was not actually playing for power. And like I said, it's a different game. It's a completely different game if you're playing casually. Likewise, in D&D, if you have a player and other RPGs even more so. Have you ever played the game system Big Eyes Small Mouth?
I haven't played it, but I've thumbed through the book before.
Mm-hmm. Decent system, but you have to have this agreement with the other players on what kind of game you want to play, because it's just entirely possible to accidentally have two characters that can do 500 damage per turn, and one character that can do single-digit damage per turn because they built their character differently, right?
Yeah, Mutants and Masterminds is similar in that regard.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And yes, there's our furry version. Big ears, small mouse.
um, I used to play 40k competitively as well, actually.
Oh, okay.
Um, it's not fun, but 40k used to have like more casual, friendly rules. I don't know about the
Yeah.
newer editions.
Mm-hmm.
Cause like instead of laser pointer, oh it touches the base, so I can see it. It was look at the object from behind your mini. If you can see more than 75% of it, it's doesn't have cover.
Mm-hmm. But that's so
If you can
subjective,
see
though, right?
50%, if you can see 50%, then it's got half cover, and if you can see less than 50%, you can't see it.
Yeah. That's so subjective, though.
But it was casual friendly.
Yeah, absolutely. That moment where you say, well, my character would be hiding behind the wall, you know, like just basically almost role-playing with the table, right? Yeah.
But that was where it was like 50% rule, so you could have a piece of terrain that you would build that was only as low height and it would just obstruct movement. Or you could have it like up to the half point and it gives cover save but doesn't like obscure shots. Or that was taller than average mini height and then they couldn't shoot you at all through it.
Mm-hmm.
It just gave you the ability to make terrain so that it served the different purposes visually, like just by looking at it.
My chat is asking for D&D horror stories.
I have a couple.
Same. You want to go first?
This is kind of like ground that I've tread on my stream before, but shortly before I started the campaign that I run right now, actually, you know what? I'll go with one that I haven't told already. There was one point I played in a Grey Marches style campaign,
Okay.
like a living campaign. And the DM had this huge, like, I think 60-ish page document going over all the like lore of the world and the different rules that were changed and things like that. The rules fundamentally boiled down to play a martial character, take heavy armor, or die.
Oh.
Because if you didn't take a heavy armor martial, like if you took a spellcaster, you would be executed.
Oh no. Oh, okay.
They didn't make it like against the rules to pick a spellcaster, but casting spells was illegal and was like evil in every sense. There was no using magic positively.
Almost like a Dark Sun style world.
I wouldn't even say a Dark Sun style world. It was just an excuse for them to like get rid of spellcasters, basically.
Gotcha.
And the DM was like the worst kind of DM. In my first session, we played a session and it got like I was playing a light cleric in this campaign. So
Okay.
like I was going like role playing as my light cleric was a lawful good character. And they were like their powers were derived from one of the demigods that was written in their own document. That was not evil.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a demigod of the sun. So the DM that was running this like sub game that we were playing in basically had like the biggest big bads in the document, like these lizard things from beyond the stars. more or less.
Okay.
Attack this
Okay.
village you're in. So there's like assassinations and like evil aliens in broad daylight.
Mm-hmm.
Being a lawful, good, and responsible citizen, my character rushed to the guards, and tried to get the guards to mobilize to do something about it.
Yep. Of course.
And the guards were like, "Oh, fill out this paperwork, or we're not gonna do anything." Okay, I'm so goody two shoes. I'm a cinnamon roll. I will fill out your
Mhm.
paperwork.
Absolutely. Yeah. Sure. If the
This
GM is
is
telling you
on
that,
the
then you have to
tail-
assume it's a plot point, right?
This is on the tail end of like 3 hours of us being stomped on over and over again, and like the guards just being the fat cop stereotype so far.
Ugh.
So I fill out the paperwork, and then like, right, we'll get right on that in 4 to 6 business days. Okay, no, read the paperwork right now. There's literally murder in the streets.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there is 3/4 of a person painted on the wall across the street.
Yeah, this is supposed to be a fantasy game, and it's not supposed to be realistic.
If you are a guard, like,
I didn't say that. Don't worry.
so they were still adamantly refusing, so I used the command spell to force him to read. I, like, put the paper in front of him and read!
Oh no!
So he looks down at the paper, and the DM, he looks down at the paper, and the DM goes, and he starts crying, and he says, "I don't know how."
Nice, nice, nice.
So, because I cast a spell in broad daylight, I am immediately taken away, like that second, taken away in chains to be executed in town square.
Wow, that's not fun.
So the group collectively decides, like, well, the guards aren't helping us. These things are way beyond our ability to fight them. One of our party members is about to get executed for trying to do the right thing. We're gonna use this rule that says we all run away. Like, we just abandon everything from this adventure. We get no XP, we get no money, we get no anything. Anything we've expended is still gone. We just wasted our night, basically, is the special rule that's written in the document.
But what else are
Okay.
you supposed to do?
So we use that. I complained to the, like, head of the server and everything, and they were, okay, well, if that was that specific type of game, you can come and join my game that I'm running next week on this day. And it's gonna be a more beginner-friendly, like, standard adventure type thing. Blah 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 blah. It goes through some basics of what to expect for the game. Okay, no problem. So I go to the game. And sorry, I got a mosquito that's like buzzing around right in my face.
Oh no.
So I go to the game and we're escorting this caravan. Okay, fairly standard, and it immediately devolves into like super heavy combat. The lizard things that we talked about before, one of them is capable of wiping up five-member party of level 1 characters. Right? He put 10 of them in this encounter.
Why?
We
It's
are
in his
3
newbie-friendly-
level 1s.
In
We
his
are 3
newbie-friendly
level
encounter.
1s And 2 level 2s.
Oh.
One of them could have probably killed all of us by themselves, but it wasn't only those. He also sent in, like, a bunch of standard bandit enemies, and also heavily armored bandits that were definitely, like, CR 5-ish. Like, great sword wielding, extra attacking, AC 20 soldiers.
So you need
he's
like
oh, there's the caravan has guards that are helping you too, and the members of the caravan, except there weren't, and they weren't on the on the map with us. They just went, you guys are fighting this. And given that most of the group that I was playing with was also the same group I had played with in the other one, So we have only done one adventure where we expended half of our resources and then had to abandon the game. So we have, like, if we do this one and then abandon it, we will have no resources and our characters will starve to death before the next adventure.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to fight it out. And everyone died.
Yeah, that only ends one way. Jeez. That's his beginner-friendly encounter, huh?
That was his beginner-friendly encounter, and he was explaining, oh, well, you know, you get out of it what you put in, and, like,
There's
I don't
no
expect everyone to be okay with dying at the very beginning. I used to play AD&D, so, like, I'm a little desensitized to dying at low levels. And it's like, I also played AD&D. I grew up on AD&D. It's not about, like, dying at low levels as part of the game. It's about you're a bad DM for killing your players at low levels.
Yeah, yeah. Like, the math just doesn't work out in that situation, right? The math, there's no mechanical way to win, right?
Yeah, no, there was no way to win. Like, the lizard things, I could not have hit even if I tried.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because
There was no world where the math behind any of my abilities allowed me to hit them because I had an AC of 24.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you have a +4 to attack, like, what is your attack at level 1? Like, +4-ish?
I had a +3.
Yeah.
Because we had we were on a limited point buy system, so we had really awful stats. Noxus, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Kobold Warren.
That is brutal.
Yeah, it was absolute nonsense. So I left the campaign after that, and I gave a negative review on the forum where they were advertising for their server. And then they called me out as like, oh, you were just a whiny baby who didn't read the document that said that spellcasters are punished in this world.
Yeah, blame
You
the...
killed a whole party of players in your level 1 beginner-friendly adventure.
Well, apparently you just aren't
This wasn't,
hardcore
like-
enough for this kind of gaming, huh?
This wasn't one of your sub-DMs who ran a bad game. This was you, who is the head of the server, brutally murdered the entire group. And it wasn't even like a, I down this person and then, like, they move on. They coup de grace every single person who went down.
What?
So, like, if you got hit and
seriously?
reduced to 0, they all mobbed up and killed you before they moved on to someone else.
That's... Oh my goodness, that is just comically bad. Oh my goodness. Can't think
Yeah,
of...
so I wasted 2 nights on playing, and I wasted a 3rd night on, like, making my character and downtime role-playing with a couple of other members.
Jeez. So I have a story that should have been one of the best D&D moments, it ended up being the worst.
Oh, go on.
So we were playing in Raven Loft? Home? Raven something? I get the D&D setting and the Half-Life setting mixed. Anyways. And it's a very horror-themed campaign, and we have an encounter, and we basically a vampire appears. It's like, oh, okay. I don't remember what level we were exactly, but we were level, we can't handle a vampire, right? But the GM knew this. This was supposed to be a chase scene, right? The entire construct of this was going to be we are running away from this vampire, and we need to try to get away. Not this is a combat encounter. Okay, that makes sense. That's fine. That's a good use of mechanics. Seems okay. And honestly, the encounter is going fantastically. We're, running around, doing various things to disrupt them, fighters, knocking over bookcases as we run by them, stuff like that. Normal stuff that you'd have in a good, well-designed chase encounter. Then we're going up a staircase. And at the top of the staircase, the vampire is about halfway up it. I turn towards the cleric and say, "Get ready to cast Bless." And then I turn around and when he's holding his action, I cast every meta magic I had. I cast like a 5th level version of Create Water. Maximized, enhanced, augmented, etc. So I'm creating like multiple Olympic swimming pools worth of water.
Yeah.
And the cleric immediately blesses that water into holy water. And this, like, now there's a vampire who has like literal tons of holy water flooding down directly at him. And this sounds awesome, right? This sounds really cool.
Yeah.
And the GM says, "Hold on, I've got to figure this out." It took about 45 minutes worth of the GM looking through books, trying to tally things up, trying to figure out what would happen. I am not exaggerating it. People took out their phones, people took out books to read. We ended up just, splitting off into side conversations and just, hanging out as the GM tirelessly went through book after book to try to figure out what happens in this situation. All the way to the point where no one cared anymore. Like, the GM just pulled his head out of the book and says, "Okay, it does 4d. It's like 5d8 damage," and and at this point, like, everybody had forgotten that we were in the middle of a chase encounter. Like, the really high intensity, really engaging, really active encounter just stopped dead. Just stopped dead for 45 minutes as the GM decided to figure it out, rules as written, and sift through every manual that he had, and no one cared anymore. And then when he finally said that, actually, I think it was less. I think it was like 3d8 or something. It was the party. Every single person in the party said no. Everyone in the party just said no. Like, no, that's not right. He's like, well, according to we don't care what the books say. That's that right. There's a vampire who has a whole bunch of holy water flooding him, and it's running water, so he shouldn't be able to chase us after this anyways. It's like, what would have been an incredible encounter ended up just being the worst encounter.
Yeah.
Like, I have other stories too, but that one always sticks out just because of the whiplash of how much potential that had. That's really
for sure.
That's really the sticking point is just how cool that moment would have been, and then how absolutely dead it ended up being. So, well, it wasn't necessarily my worst D&D experience. That was the biggest drop in enjoyment that I've had. Although I do have another funny moment. But you lay out another story. Your turn.
Should I go a little horror story or a rule of cool? What's your one gonna be so I can go on the same lines?
Mine is a tragic mishap, is what it is.
Tragic mishap. I do remember some, like, here and there. More things I remember, though, is, like, I remember my old party, like, sometimes doing some pretty awful things. The thief of my original party back when we played 2nd edition. There was one point we caught this, we caught a corrupt noble. We like got all the evidence we needed to prove that they were doing all these horrible things. Um, Basically, the rogue forged a document saying that we were going to deliver them to imprisonment at such and such a location. And then kept the noble around, just like tied up. And you think, well, what use do you have for tied up corrupt noble?
Yeah.
His answer to that question was depth checking.
Wait, what?
Every time we had to we had to go down a hole, he would shove the noble down the hole first.
Oh. Okay. Wow.
And then we'd go down and patch the noble up, and then we would go on with our day.
Jeez, that's brutal.
I played with some very old guard D&D players.
What edition was that? Because that sounds second ed.
Second edition.
Okay.
It was second edition.
That makes sense to me.
This was the group of players that you would hear about. That's like, what's the first thing? Like, what do you buy with your starting money? Oh, Alchemist's Fire and War Dogs.
I mean, fair though.
Weapons and armor.
Yeah. Jeez. That exactly. That's literally torture. That's beyond murder hobo. That's like a step beyond murder hobo. So I was playing a game. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, this is like last piece of perspective. Sometimes people talk about like, I'm shocked by Sprigg's ferocity and blade and sorcery, blah blah blah. These are the people who taught me English, as a reminder. I grew up around these people.
You were forged in these flames.
Yup. Sorry, you go ahead now. I just wanted to like fill in that perspective.
Oh, totally fine. I just didn't want to cut you off if you weren't done. So. I was playing in a game, and the game had the GM wanted to use a magic fumble table. Which, you know, in and of itself is fine, right? Like, they wanted to use a fumble table for... I think they had one for both melee and for magic, and by and large, I'm cool with that, you know? It had a whole bunch of stuff that was interesting, like, you know, caster casts invisibility instead, or spell fizzles, or, you know, stuff like that. And... yeah, and if in melee, it's like you might have a chance to drop your sword, or you know, fall and trip and go prone. Just all bad stuff. So this was near the end of the campaign, and we're fighting the Tarrasque.
Oh.
You know, like you do.
Yep.
My rogue is improvised in cover on the back of the Tarrasque itself. So I'm actually in a bush hiding while on the Tarrasque, reaching out and stabbing it with a knife every once in a while, so I got sneak attack bonuses. That's just so you know the kind of game it was. Like, just to give you a feel for the kind of you know, silliness that game had in it. So like that was allowed. The GM's like, yeah, sure, why not? So we're fighting this Tarrasque. It's not going well. This is clearly the final encounter of the campaign, and we are not succeeding in it. Then the wizard cast... I don't remember what he was trying to cast. All I know is that he didn't. All I know is that he absolutely did not cast that thing. Instead, he fumbled. So we broke out the percentiles because it was a percentile die for the fumble chart. And yeah, that sure ended up being a 99 on percentile. Which, according to the fumble chart, instead of and again, a lot of things on the fumble chart were fairly manageable. Like you accidentally summon a CR creature to join the fight against you, or you accidentally target a party member or enemy, depending on who your initial target was. Just stuff that's annoying, but not really catastrophic. As opposed to this one, which was opening up a rift, and everybody needs to make a fairly difficult save, or they are sucked into this rift. I would like you to guess what. There were 4 people in the party. I want you to guess who actually passed the check. No, there were 5. There were 5 people plus the Trask. I want you to guess who actually passed that check.
The Trask?
No.
Obviously.
Actually, no. The Trask, despite the Trask fumbled the check, and I think we needed like a 3 to pass, but the Trask actually failed the check.
Oh my.
The wizard that cast the spell was the only person to pass the save and not get sucked into this void.
Oh no.
So this entire party is doing this giant epic battle with the Trask when all of a sudden, whoopsie doodle, a giant rift between dimensions opens up and sucks up everything into it except for the wizard that cast it, who is now looking around going, uh-oh, whoops. So
it reminded me of. Sorry, you finish.
So the wizard is like, okay, what do we do now? And it's like, I sort of nudge him like, you have a wish spell, right? Can't that call somebody back between dimensions? Oh yeah. So he has 2 of the relevant spell slot left, and he pulls back like one of the other players and me, and I have a wish wand that we had gotten in the previous section. So I'm like, I get the rest of the party back. I'm like, okay. I think that counts. The Trask is now eternally bouncing around between dimensions for all of eternity. I think that counts as a W. I'm counting that as a win. We did it, boys.
Can you imagine now if the Trask is just like appears in the middle of a town and just like and it's gone, and then just appears somewhere else?
Oh no! Absolutely terrifying. So that was the best ending that campaign could have had, because it was very on brand with the rest of the campaign. It was very much in the spirit of the way that we were playing that world game.
For sure, that's a pretty great finish. It reminded me though, I had a B-team session that I ran a while back that had a similar-ish thing. Was a wild magic surge. So for a little background on this is, I have a very, very large wild magic surge table.
Okay.
So it's like, you know, like the really, really big 3-ring binders?
Yeah.
Like the great big huge ones that you always see like in an office somewhere for like all the documents for the year?
Yeah, like the 3 rings, yeah. Like the 3-inch, yeah.
Yeah, we have 2 of those full of like random tables and stuff that we've made.
Wow.
One of them contains a approximately 20-page document, which is our wild magic table. It's a table with a whole bunch of subtables to make a lot of random stuff happen.
Nice.
So So what happened was a 5th level sorcerer cast Chromatic Orb in this encounter, and the spell went wild. So he rolled on the table, and it came up as increase the spell level and roll again.
Oh, fun.
So we go over to the next the higher level spell table, we roll again. Increase the spell level, roll again.
Oh no.
And we kept going all the way up to a 9th level spell. And then we roll on the table, and it was it caught like it, you know, like when a die lands cocked and then rolls over. Basically, we landed on the number adjacent to a setting reshaping event. So if we had rolled, I think he rolled a 96, and if he had rolled a 97, it creates a wild magic storm 2 kilometers in diameter.
Honestly, they should have given that to you, I think.
They were 1 kilometer outside, like, the edge of a major city. So, like, this would have just gone, wild magic storm in the middle of the country, like, basically right on this huge city, port city. That's then going to turn this whole stretch of terrain into, like, elemental wild magic as it travels across the countryside. The other result, the one that it ended up being, was, recast your spell again and again and again and again with every one of your remaining sorcery points and spell slots until you have nothing left.
Nice. I don't know.
It basically clutched the encounter in that case, because basically he just, like, rapid fire bombed everything in front of him with chromatic orbs.
I mean, I don't know. I think I might have given the player the a little bit of magic rift just for the moment, right? If I was gymming that, I think I would have made just a tiny rift, you know? That's still incredible, though. I love it.
You did not miss the string, Twisted Metal. Just a tiny rift is a treat.
Exactly. Okay, let's see.
Yeah. I run some weird wild magic rolls instead of the, like, on one roll wild magic. I do at the beginning of the day, roll 2d20. Or at the beginning of session, roll 2d20.
Yeah.
And everything from the first number to the second number is your wild magic range.
Oh, jeez. Oh, wow.
So your wild magic might only be 1, or it might be 1 to 20, or it might be 13 to 17. You don't know.
Your wild magic is yes.
Yep. And it changes every session, so it might change in the middle of an encounter. You have no way of knowing. I got a sippy and the posture check.
Excellent. I'm gonna be right back for just one moment, alright? 1 sec.
Sure thing. Oh my gosh, all these pans. Oh, another burrito check. Thank you, Radar Nocturne. I do my burrito check here. How am I today? I am doing very well. Thank you for asking. We are just having a chill and vibe stream tonight with some just chatting, talking D&D horror stories and silly stories and memories. Talking tabletop gaming, like all kinds of stuff. It's a good time.
This is what I say whenever I log into my Discord server.
Welcome back.
Hi. So let's see. Worst tabletop moments that we are responsible for. I think that could be a fun one.
Oh. I've got a few that are pretty bad.
Let's see.
um.
Honestly, most of mine stem from just running out of spoons. Like, there was one where I was playing a, yeah. I was playing a character that was going to have a magic awakening, and like they're going to gain a whole bunch of magical powers at one point. You know, there's going to be a big narrative thing, and it was just going to be a whole bit wonderful moment scene for like the defining moment of my character. And the GM had it all set to happen after this encounter, and the encounter dragged on for like several hours. It was one of those encounters where nobody could hit anybody, right? It was one of those encounters where the enemy had a little bit too high AC and a little bit too low accuracy, and it would just drag. There was no more movement. It was like no interesting movement, all interesting spells had already been cast. Everyone's just spamming their melee attacks because it's kind of all we had, and it's not going anywhere.
Yeah. It's the second pass conundrum.
Yep. So, after exactly too long of this, I'm out of spoons. You know, I have no more interesting things to say. I have no more energy left to actually participate. Like, my participation energy was out. And the GM's like, you find that, you know, the gem that you've been searching for your entire, you know, your entire life. You find your character's, you know, the culmination of your character's story arc. And I'm just like, oh, yeah, I pick it up and it glows and I gain a bunch of power. It was just like, I just ruined this moment. I've got nothing left in me. I just want a nap now. It's just like and the GM just kind of stared at me like this was like, and I'm just like, I know I had an entire like speech written for how this was going to go at this moment. I had like a whole thing about how hype and how amazing this was. I'm sorry, I have nothing left to give you right now.
Ouch.
It's like, this is my bad. I acknowledge it. I'm sorry. Yeah, that was unpleasant. I mean, honestly, the fact that there's not a whole lot more story to say is really the point of it, right? I don't really have anything else to say about that story because that was... I didn't have anything left.
Well, Demi, never planning is also not good. You should plan too.
You should plan, but be willing to adapt.
Be willing to abandon the plan.
Yes, you have to have a plan so that you can give it up and go with something that is going to be better. But you have to have a plan to give it up.
Exactly. A lot of my like tabletop derailing moments were from not understanding things. I would say as I was getting better conversationally, like with English, was when it happened the most because I was starting to get to the point that I was confident that I knew what things meant.
Yeah.
So like I don't remember exact things anymore, like exact words that I confused. But I remember one of the earlier adventures for my rogue trader group. Basically, the whole group was like on the verge of death. They were already failing this thing, and I completely misunderstood what they were asking me to do.
Oh.
And I ended up kind of being the final nail in the coffin. And we just played it off as like comms interference. But,
That's fair. That's fair.
I only got part of the message. I think it was essentially down the something along the lines of "Do not destroy this thing," and then I destroyed the thing.
What was that? Destroy the thing? You got it.
It happened a lot with my first D&D group when I was less confident too, because like my early characters. Basically what the DM, like the excuse that we used narratively was that my characters were always from somewhere far away. So like I spoke different languages and my common was broken and I didn't fully understand things.
Did you ever have a gazebo moment?
Understand mannerisms or not a gazebo moment exactly.
Okay.
But I had like a lot of times then it was just like random merchant in town and I'm drawing my sword on them.
You know what? I just realized that maybe the chat doesn't know what a gazebo moment is.
That's fair. Yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
sure. I think my chat mostly does at least.
That's fair. That's fair. You know, you want to tell that story? It's a story that's been told by just about by most groups have told that story at some point. I'd imagine it's one of those things like quoting Monty Python. I just kind of assume that every group does it at some point.
Yeah, I just retold it a little while ago on Killing the Floor when I was on my subathon, so why don't you do it? If that's okay.
Sure. So, a party is going into a clearing, and after a long hike through a forest, and the GM says, you walk into the clearing, and you see in front of you a large gazebo. One of the players doesn't know the word gazebo, gets very confused, and says, I travel around the back to the back of the clearing and shoot 2 arrows into it. A gazebo is a type of building. It's just a type of outbuilding, and they just attacked it. That's basically the whole story. That's effectively the whole thing, but it's still amazing, though.
Yeah, your attack has angered the gazebo.
Yes.
You must face the gazebo alone.
And some people.
I believe the original story was a paladin tries to smite the gazebo.
Okay, the first time I heard it was a ranger, but that's. I mean, I'm sure there's a dozen iterations of this.
Actually, there's a similar-ish. Oh my goodness!
Ayo?
Anonymous. It was a screen. I'm sorry.
Oh, I see.
They have a similar thing at the beginning of Unforgotten Realms too, actually. So you find a carriage with the wheels fallen off and laying ruined by the roadside. Like a flare! It's a carriage.
I attack the darkness.
I don't know what a garage is, Mike. But now that it's blind, it'll be much easier to deal with.
I attack the darkness with magic missile.
Yep.
I do wonder how many of the
head of Vecna is another great idea.
Yes, the head of Vecna. I mean, the gazebo one definitely happened for sure. I don't know if the head of Vecna story ever actually happened, but it's still a great story. Do you want to tell that one?
There's not as much story to this one, but essentially the Hand of Vecna and the Eye of Vecna are super powerful magic items. You have to replace your actual hand or your eye with the item. So the Head of Vecna was a meme that people made basically to like, you get all of this power, you just have to chop your own head off and replace it with the Head of Vecna before you die.
That's all. Just do that thing. Sorry.
Sorry, I just launched a little snack. Oh?
Just adjusting my music. I bought a new...
You're going for a very royal sorcerer warlock. Sorry, you go ahead.
Hi.
You bought a new what?
Oh, I bought a new music pack with a... I bought the licensing rights to a bunch of music for a stream. I was just putting one of them on for background audio. Here, I'll send it to you if you'd like.
Yeah, I purchased a couple of packs as well, actually.
I didn't.
Aside from D&D, any other tabletop RPGs that appeal to you? I've played a lot of Memes and Masterminds, and, Rogue Trader as well, especially. I've sampled a few others, but, like, those are the main ones for me. Like, I've tried Pathfinder, though I didn't really care for it.
Same, though.
I also tried, Age of the Empire? A Star Wars RPG?
Oh, okay.
I really felt like not knowing or being into Star Wars, though, was more detriment to it. Like,
That's fair.
everyone had such, like, total understanding of everything from an instant mention, and I'm just like,
Do what now?
excuse me? Hello, what does that mean?
Fair. I really like the D6 Star Wars system, the old West End Star Wars system. It's a really old system that I think worked really well. And instead of using D20s, it uses D6s naturally. And when you level up your skills, and it goes from D6 to D6 plus 1 to D6 plus 2 to D6 plus 3 to 2D6, and that's how the level progression works. And I really liked that system because you had a natural bell curve, thus you always had a consistent result pool, right? If you were good at something, you were going to be consistently good at something. And as a game designer myself, that's why I like systems like that have that sort of design. Which is why I like War Machine for tabletop war games, and as a result, although I don't like it as much as the tabletop game, Iron Kingdoms is the War Machine tabletop game. And
You know, I've looked at the book so many times, and I really wanted to play it because the setting is so cool.
The setting is amazing.
So much room for role-playing in.
it really does. And it was originally made as a D&D setting. I don't know if you know that, right? I presume.
I had no idea.
Yeah, War Machine was actually competing with Eberron for which one of them would become a D&D setting, and Eberron won. And the Iron Kingdoms books, you can actually find D20 Iron Kingdoms books that go all the way back to like the beginning of of that era of 3.5. But when they didn't get the contract with WotC, they spun off and made their own company. Well, they already had their own company, but they spun it off and made their own war game, and that became War Machine. Then they expanded it to Hordes, and then they expanded it back into RPGs through the Iron Kingdoms RPG. Which,
That's really neat.
yeah.
I definitely think it would have been better than Eberron, personally.
I honestly would absolutely agree, especially if you had some of the creative minds that were there for the original Privateer Press team with the creative minds and where they went with stuff. Yeah, we could have lived in a world where Iron Kingdoms was a standard D&D realm, and that would have been a pretty cool place.
Yep.
Apart from that, I do have Monster Care Squad, which I actually got permission from the dev team to do a video on a how to play video on that, and I have not gotten around to that because I've been very bad about making edited videos lately. I finally put out my ASMR video at least, but yay! I put it out the same week that YouTube started flagging all ASMR stuff as 18 plus. It was literally the worst possible moment for me to put out that video. But yeah, if you like ASMR, I put out that. It's a guided meditation ASMR video. But anyways, the Monster Care Squad is a tabletop RPG where you play as a team of doctors. Not necessarily medical doctors, but you play as a team of people who are college graduates who are going out into the world to find and heal these giant monsters that tend to the planet. I'm talking like what a bird might fly over the land to bring the rains, like to bring the rain with them, or a whale that is responsible for cleaning the ocean so that that people can drink the water from it. That an entire city relies on that, you know. But sometimes sometimes these giant monsters get sick, so you have to go there to where your plot narrative is, and the general play cycle is that you need to find this monster and find what it needs or what is harming it or what its sickness is. Find some way to heal it. Find whatever you need to. You basically talking to the locals, because one thing actually I'll talk about that in a moment. And talk to the locals and figure out what care they might require, and then find a way to actually get back to the monster and apply it. But they do a really good job of stopping the colonialism angle with a really simple technique that I have folded into all of my games that I GM. The way they handle it is that magic and alchemy and chemistry work a little bit different in different places of the world. So even though you are a doctor who has studied alchemy for your entire life, you know a lot of basics, but you will still need to ask the locals to confirm that some of these things will work the way you expect them to. And that stops the white savior thing. That stops the colonialism of the people from the civilized land coming in and solving all the problems for the people in these lands, you know? It makes it more... It makes it a bit more cool, if you will. And I really like what they've done with the world building.
Yeah, that sounds really neat.
Mm-hmm. And I think that right there is a good explanation for the mind towards detail that they've put into the entire game. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. The world is awesome.
It absolutely sounds like it.
Mm-hmm. I'm a rocket scientist, not a diagnostician. Actually, yeah, that's completely fair. Like that is legitimately how it goes. Like you might be a doctor, but your doctorate might be in combat or being able to restrain a monster that's thrashing around. Like that might actually be your focus for your studies. So yeah, you're exactly spot on. Like you're a doctor in the sense that you are an expert in your field, not necessarily, but yeah, you might need whatever skills you have.
I am a doctor in butt kicking.
Imagine a party with a surgeon but no diagnosticians or anesthesiologists. Oh no. What what other systems have I played that I've liked? I mean, everybody has. I assume at least that everybody has played and has at least one horror story about a White Wolf game. Yes,
I'm
yes.
actually not sure.
The Vampire Masquerade games.
Oh, no, I've never actually played them because, like, they sell on being a horror RPG, and horror is not my thing.
That's fair, honestly. They require a good GM. That's really, really what it boils down to. White Wolf games demand that you have a good GM. Because if you don't, it will go sideways real quick. Because characters, a lot of powers can directly control or influence other characters, which makes for great role-playing moments and non-combat encounters where you need to, make somebody amicable to you, or you need to, like charm an individual, or you need to, stealth in an area. Like it has a lot of those good moments, but it also has a lot of moments where your enemies have these abilities too and can occasionally control the players, or the player's powers is not necessarily always going to be in check. Or in my case, you play as a changeling, and one of the vampires charms you into revealing your true name on the first night of the game. It's like, well, I guess my character might as well not exist anymore because I'm just not like that sort of stuff. And then there is infamously the White Wolf LARPing community, which is well known to be one of the worst RPG role-playing communities that has ever existed. Not entirely. There are people there who are cool, but it's very common, more so than other events, or the LARPs for that matter, for people in White Wolf games to forget that they're playing a character and to make things real, like to bleed over things into the real world. It's like, Autochumi, you know what I'm talking about then? But I am in a game that system, and I'm having fun with it. But that's because we've all played. Everyone in that game has played other games together, so we know the rest of the party. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That does make sense. Like, having a group that all knows each other would make it a lot easier. Heard that a World of Darkness werewolf single the most terrifying single combatant in the setting? Probably.
Yeah. Werewolves are incredibly brutal combat machines in that system. The only things that's stronger would be some of the vampires, but the vampires specifically cannot have massive disadvantages when they're dealing with werewolves because of, hunting stuff. Which, yeah. Autochimi says that that after their LARPs, they have dinners to spend time out of character to reduce the bleed over between character and reality, and that's a really, really good idea. That's a fantastic idea. And that way you make sure that you know the player is out of character because yeah, I like that idea a lot.
By the way, I think the pack that you purchased is the same one that I got.
Oh, the Dark Fantasy?
I bought it on, the Dark Fantasy bundle on Humble.
Yeah.
Just a few weeks ago, yeah, I picked it up too.
Nice. One of my other game designer friends picked it up as well, and last night's stream actually was just us listening to the various tracks and deciding which ones would be good for what sort of situations in game dev. That was fun. But there's a lot of good tracks in here. See, a lot of them are not use. There's a lot of good tracks, but a lot of them aren't useful, frankly. Because a lot of the
I've noticed the same thing, just like what to use for D&D.
yeah, because a lot of the tracks
That's what I
don't
bought
keep
it
the
for.
same. Yeah, makes sense. A lot of the tracks don't keep the same amount of intensity. Like one thing I've noticed is a lot of them will start out really quiet, then build up to a strong crescendo, but it's supposed to be looping and it just goes quiet again, and you have that moment where the intensity just seeps out of it. It's like, oh, but I wanted to if I'm going to be playing music, I want that music to have a consistent intensity throughout this track.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there are several ones in there that were excellent. Anyways, I'd say we're off topic, but we haven't really consistently stuck to a topic all day, so, whatever.
Yeah.
Again, this is just a chill vibe stream, We're just hanging out. Oh, I should do this thing on your stream again. Ha! Get promoted.
Yeah.
And if you're on my stream, you should definitely go check out Sprigg. Their link is in the description.
Yeah, I've been over hanging out in Jade's stream the whole time, so I can keep an eye on both chats too.
Same. Also, there was a few moments earlier where I had like 7 or 8 people actively talking in chat, and YouTube's like, "You have 3 people watching." It's like, I see.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. I did notice that, because like right now it says 4 people.
Yeah, it's like,
weird.
this.
Because when you do a sippy for me, Jade also does a sippy.
I tie my redeems to whatever is on the Twitch streamer.
There's the sippy.
Excellent.
You can tell because there's a bucket on my head.
That checks out.
Also a posture check.
There we go. Now I exist. What's the first kobold character that you played?
Oh my goodness. That is so difficult. I will say that my first character was not a kobold. I think... No, Pidge was not my first one, Riddle, but she was a fun character. Ted, get off. There you go. For perspective, for people who don't know, like who haven't heard the story of Pidge already, Pidge was a character that I played for a campaign that only ran for a very short time. Let me grab the jump calculator again because it's such a mess trying to find the actual numbers. So what I had was I played a thief kobold, and I had looked at a very specific and very bizarre build. She had a lesser immovable rod, a ring of jumping, and boots of springing and striding.
Nice.
So, she was herself a thief rogue. And a thief rogue combined with those things and the gauntlets of ogre power that I picked up. Like as a reward for our first quest. My long jump, if I got a running start of 10 feet, was 216 feet.
Nice. That's
where my high jump was 108 feet.
That's like 70 meters? Yes? Hold on.
Something like that.
Okay, yeah, 65.
Sorry,
Okay.
system is built in feet, so my brain just doesn't translate them anymore. Like, I live in Canada. Meters is like a standard way to measure things, but I played D&D so long.
That's a mood.
I played D&D so long that all of my rough distance measurements in like short distances are all in feet.
Or playing War Machine, so you measure things in inches.
Yep, and the same for Warhammer.
Despite Warhammer being based in the UK, I mean, like...
Yep. Yeah, approximately 70 meters, though. Yeah, Pidge did not have a flying speed, but you could be forgiven for thinking otherwise. Because with the immovable rod, she could just trapeze on midair.
Yo! I actually
so
had
she could just jump like 150 feet in the air and then press a button, like spin around on the rod, change directions.
I have had the same idea with a character who functions similarly, and that is just the coolest idea and the coolest fact that we have both had these same ideas. Honestly, it is kind of like silly that the more I talk to you, the more things we end up having in common. Like, even just the fact that we both played War Machine alone, but also the fact that we both had immovable rod acrobat characters at some point.
Yep.
Like, that's pretty niche, right?
I would think it's pretty niche.
It's awesome, though.
Hang on. Fury has redeemed a...
Oh, are we doing this? Oh.
Apparently.
Ara.
Oh.
Does that work?
I think so.
Okay.
So, the thing that's silly for Pidge was I had a full build path planned out. I was also going to dip Monk and Barbarian for her. Which would bump her jump distance from 216 feet to 612 feet.
That's a lot. Wow.
You can't jump beyond your walking distance, so that the way the DM rules it was just, when I jump, I just have to use my move and dash every turn towards my destination that I chose when I jumped.
But because you can jump so high, it's effectively a teleport.
So basically I just like jump and it's just, I'm out of melee range from anyone.
Nice.
I'm just like firing slingshots from the sky the whole way. So here is the really big thing though about this, like the 612 foot long jump that's really silly. I had a jump distance greater than the extreme range of a longbow.
Nice.
A longbow could shoot 600 feet. The Pidge could jump 612.
Nice. Close to melee range with the longbow user? Oh, it's brilliant though.
Just like, somebody's up on the wall, I can't shoot at her, she's not close enough. Yeet! Wait, what? What the? No! It is doofy. It is fun.
So my first kobold.
Riddle, I think for the case of like weapons for proficiency, it's just if one has it, it would count just fine.
Yeah.
Sorry, Brittle, asking a hyper-specific question about a specific race that I made. Player race, anyway.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you made Ettins as a player race? Nice.
Yeah, it's a two-player character.
Nice.
Thank you for the follow, Zeth Nerilis. Welcome to Kobold Morin.
Zeth is a good bean. So my first kobold was named Kautzark, and they were sort of initially based on a gimmick, but ended up completely becoming their own character outside of the gimmick. But they were a spellblade. They were a rogue sorcerer hybrid. Well, not hybrid, but equal dual class. Keeping those levels, roughly the same. And their entire thing is based around the idea that if you can use a dagger as a sorcerer implement. Therefore, you can cast through your dagger. Therefore, if you cast a spell into somebody at melee range, you can sneak attack with your spell. And that was like sort of the bread and butter. And they would eventually get in the older editions you didn't get the cantrips until much later, because cantrips weren't a thing that existed in older editions. But they were eventually going to be able to do that, on every single melee attack, be able to use these like ice spells. So I specifically did not use any ranged magic because character-wise, they didn't have ranged magic. They could only cast through the in melee range. So I intentionally gimped myself on that, and took specifically melee focused, shorter range spells because I wasn't going to be using them at range anyways. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And focus on that sneak attack, and it was a lot of fun. And I really enjoyed playing that lawful evil character by making them have no conscience. They weren't evil as in they want to burn down an orphanage. They were evil as in they don't understand why you wouldn't burn it down an orphanage if you needed to. Like, they didn't have any moral compass whatsoever. So you have situations where it's like, wait, why don't we kill them? He's stopping our way. It's like, no. Oh, sorry, that's a town guard. But the last time someone said we couldn't walk forward through an area, we killed all them. Those were bandits. Well, they were both humans in armor. Why is this different? Like, just genuine confusion because he absolutely did not understand that those were different situations. But that's how I played the lawful evil. Like, he was devoted to the party. There was nothing, party destructive about the lawful evil. It was just, an innocent type of confusion about that, which is fun. Also, he spoke Common but couldn't read it, because if it was important, it would have been written in Draconic.
Clearly.
Yeah, I think that's. I still go by that. I still think that's fair.
I've played a few characters that had similar-ish silly ideas. Like not understanding the concept of ownership.
Oh yeah, that's actually a very natural kobold thing, I think.
Yeah, it's just if you're not carrying it, if you don't have it on you, clearly it's not important enough to be kept.
Yeah, it's not yours. It is either unclaimed or it belongs to your community, or to your pack, or to your tribe. I 1000% agree with that.
Yeah, like, so you put it in a locked safe. That doesn't matter. You don't have it somewhere that you're watching it. You're not holding it. You're not using it.
Just genuine...
Clearly, it's not actually yours.
Genuine failure to understand the concept of ownership. I think that's both very interesting and a very effective way of playing a character. Oh, that was the other thing, is that Kautzark worshipped the Rainbow Mother. Which, the paladin didn't take kindly after, 3 or 4 sessions in, when he actually realized that it was Tiamat. But
That's pretty good.
but the way that Kautzark was taught, well, the Rainbow Mother watches over all of us and protects us. She teaches us to be strong enough to protect our tribe. She teaches us to save for today because we don't know what tomorrow might bring. She teaches us to watch those who wrong us so they can't wrong us again. Like all these things that would otherwise be spite, greed, and
Yeah.
and vanity is like these things are being described in positive light, in positive voice, and it's like I basically gave the paladin a crisis of faith because he's like, no, that's not. Wait, hold on, what'd you say?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever actually played a Tiamat worshipping character, but that is definitely a good way to do it.
It's like, yeah, because it was like completely all positive voice stuff, and then the GM actually ended up putting it having us face some Tiamat cultists as a part of the storyline, and my character just saw it as a schism of faith, and like, well, they're doing it wrong. They don't understand the teachings.
Yep.
I brought that character to a couple different campaigns because like they've just been a really interesting character to roleplay. And
Absolutely, sounds like it.
Oh yeah, backstory, might as well, is that they were being trained to become a dragon priest because they were dragon rot. They had the wings and they had the natural draconic abilities, hence the the magic and the sorcery. And he started wandering because they started wandering the lands, and were eventually sort of adopted by a merchant, and that merchant taught them some common and some basic stuff about the world. But because he was originally going to be brought up to be a dragon priest. Okay, hold on, let me take a sip of water before this. So one of the interesting things about the character is that he talks really fast and is really hyper at all times, and this is kind of how he goes when he's talking about various stuff. So when he was walking around, he would have his daggers, and he would just kind of play with the daggers and just toss them in the air once in a while. But some people didn't like that because they thought they would drop the daggers, and sometimes you drop the daggers because sometimes you drop the daggers when you're tossing them around. But when you toss the daggers, sometimes you also catch them, and that's what you want to practice. So you want to catch the daggers more when you toss them around. But people didn't always like that, and they would sometimes yell at me. Just. But when I had the opportunity to actually talk to a dragon, like, so that was the character's like timber for our the most conversations. But when actually talking to a dragon, like they're like, oh, let me talk to them, and the party's like, no, we don't trust you to do that. We've heard you, like, we know how you are. Like, no, I got this, I can do this. Go up to the dragon and immediately change in everything the way I was talking, and just going, oh, great lady of the sky, true mistress of all that you foresee, please would you grace us with your name so that I can truly sing your praises and worship you. Like, just completely shifted. the entire party's jaw drops. That's a fun character. I like that character.
I have kind of like carried on this like pattern of kobold speak. Was one of I honestly don't remember the character anymore. It's been so long. I probably still have the character sheet somewhere in one of my folders. But like when I was first starting to like actually speak in English throughout my sessions, was I was starting to play kobolds, and I had this like really broken English that I have held on to as a like pattern that is my kobold speak.
Oh, okay.
And I've kind of like logicked it as the, you you speak in third person and you introduce yourself by your own name first. Because in, like, you know, in a Kobold Warren where you're maybe 300 people in the same tiny dark cavern,
Mm-hmm.
it can be difficult to understand me's and I's and he's and she's and they's.
Yeah. Plus the. Mm-hmm.
I am trying to think of something to even say so I can try to put it out. Sprigg is for two thinking to be words to put together and try to make sentence for thinking and talking to explain to everyone.
Mm-hmm. We should definitely have a like just a. We should collab Deep Rock, but we both talk in our respective kobold voices the entire time. That'd be kind of amazing, actually.
It would be fun. Actually, something that I've been thinking about doing, I mentioned it before, but, I've been thinking about breaking into some more edited content.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that I've talked about wanting to do is, making essentially fantasy biology lessons.
Ooh.
So, like, talking about the specifics of, like, why is it that dwarves are so commonly have beards? Why is maintenance of their beards so important in their culture? Why do kobolds compulsively collect the shiny things? How do they collect the shiny things so much better than anyone else?
Shiny pretty.
Yeah.
That would be very interesting. Yeah.
But like part of it that I've made like canon as part of myself and part of my own settings handbook is like, the eyesight is not even the big thing, Lori, is the nose, the shiny sniffler. Is that kobolds have electroreception.
Oh, okay.
Basically lets us pick up magnetic fields. So you can sniff out metals even through rock walls.
That makes sense to me. You know, apparently humans
He's
can
also
do
why
that
booping is bully assassino.
Apparently humans can do that if you do embed subdermal magnets as it like from somebody. If you have somebody who does piercings, they can embed subdermally underneath your skin. And apparently, if you put a magnet underneath your skin, your brain will actually learn how it works. Your brain will actually give you that magnetic sense after like a couple months or something, which is I'm tempted to do it. I'm really tempted to do that.
It's a really neat idea.
Yeah. Because like apparently like your brain just picks up on senses. Like if it's available to your brain will just train it. It will just learn it. And that's so cool. So yeah, I am tempted to do that, or on the finger. I've heard some people do it inside their pinky finger, and that way it's simultaneously they have the control over it to walk over to cover over objects. But if you put it subdermally in your nose, I wouldn't do that because wouldn't want a face piercing. There's no way they could really hide that as well. But that would actually give you a sort of a which way is north, a genuine literal direction sense. Over time, you adapt to it. Sapphire raises a very good point that you would mess up airport detectors, though.
Yeah.
That's completely fair. You could also never get an MRI.
I went over some other stuff too of like why part of the remember we were talking about the concept of ownership. Part of the reason why kobolds struggle with it so much is there's scales, marking scales. It's like, back by the hinge of the jaw where our frills are, is highly iron enriched scales. So basically, our shinies, we collect in our own little hoard and we sleep atop them and stuff, and we leave these little iron flecks of reinforced scale all over whatever it is that our shinies are, and then the snoofler can pick them right up. So somebody takes something out of your pile, hey, that's not yours, that's mine. I can smell it.
That makes sense. I like it.
So then other people who, human just hangs their big shiny painting on the wall. How do you know it's yours? You just left it there.
It's just on the wall. Come on.
Yeah, you just left it on the wall. Anyone can come take it. You just put it up for people to take away.
Yeah. What's that even about?
And then there was I played into similar ideas with the dwarves of Brinifrest. With why are dwarves resistant to poison? Is it just because they drink a lot? No, it's because they have really, really, really good kidneys.
That makes sense.
Kind of like some breeds of cats, they can drink salt water and be totally fine.
And their food is probably incredibly spicy.
Yep. So then the reason why everybody always assumes that dwarvish food is so bland is because, is this poisonous for them?
Probably.
This is poisonous for them, right? Probably. Let's not use it then.
Can humans eat this?
Can humans eat salt?
Salt's a rock. There's no way they can. There's no way they can eat a rock.
There's no way a human's gonna be eating the rocks.
There's no way a human can eat a rock. It can't happen. See, I try not to hit the Scottish accent personally. I try to do something special, different, because I don't want to actually do I don't know. I guess it just sounds like a bad Scottish accent, probably though. Although one thing I did a little while.
In their water, they just die.
Exactly. Probably. You have to assume. Also, one thing I did earlier without thinking about it. So before I do streams and stuff, I do my vocal warm-ups, just just normal vocal warm-ups. And I was doing that on in the middle of a stream, just as to maintain it one time. Just partially to fill dead air, partially because it's fun. It's just fun on the tongue and mouth. And people in chat liked it, so I just sort of interpret it as draconic language. I'm like, yeah, sure, let's go with this. So I just kind of doubled down on it. It's I'll occasionally just go just because it's fun anyways, and chat likes it. So you know what? Those two reasons are literally the only justification I need for basically anything. Chat likes it and I enjoy it. Sold.
Makes sense to me.
I have actually done entire streams only in that. I should do another one.
Yeah, you mentioned that last time that we collabed.
Oh yeah. I did tell you about that.
Like the idea that the hordes are collected as a source of emergency food. That's why the design of all the creatures don't really need to engage in trade.
That makes sense.
Because kobolds are lifeivores. Oh my goodness! Ah.
Oh, it's happening again. It's happening.
Not as bad. Not as bad.
Okay.
Wait, there was that though. It's I
Are they?
have not quite the same thing, but similar, mostly with my.
Same energy.
Calls my kobold noises. Same energy, yeah.
Yeah.
Um, it's a little bit of a tick for me. Um,
Like, I'm deathly allergic to dead air. I break out in hives. It's terrible.
um,
Ah!
my kobold noises are like. My kobold noises are like. I think I was talking about this on the subathon a little while back too, but so I'm trying. It's weird to try and explain this. You know what it feels like when you like. Bacon spoopy. Would a diamond be like a jawbreaker to a kobold? Pretty much. The pirate hat is upside down again.
Whoops.
So, like, have you ever tried to talk with your tongue folded underneath itself?
I suppose I haven't done that exactly, but I can see where you're going for it.
So, that's how I have to talk all the time. I don't know, like, how the full thing to try and explain that, but, like, my tongue is just way too big for my mouth. I can lick I can lick my lower eyelids or, like, underneath my own chin.
Cool.
So it's just like, the grr is, besides just like a verbal tick, is an easy way for me to readjust my tongue.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense, actually. Yeah.
Although sometimes I still have to like, blah, and then fold it back up again. I've gotten in trouble at work in the past for that, actually. So are there a lot of kobolds in swamps, since the swamp iron is a common thing? I mean, that comes down to the individual kobold horn, but it wouldn't be unusual.
Hello?
Oh?
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Oh, hello, gentle boy.
It's also, sometimes people get at me about, oh, clearly fake or played up accent or whatever different thing. Me streaming is actually just me not trying really hard to sound normal.
Honestly, fair, though. Like, yeah. Well, I think you sound very nice. Assassino,
Oh,
please.
Voice changer. Yeah, we hear those a lot, Assassino.
I've had people say that I was either a voice. I've had people say in games, not on stream, but in when I talk on games, I've heard people say that I am either using a voice changer or that I am using or that I'm a soundboard. Because I have a pretty good mic, frankly, and when you hop onto an online lobby, people don't expect people to have actual microphones. You know, most people do not. So like, oh no, it's just a soundboard, and it's like, my dude, really? You think I'm a soundboard?
I think I have a pretty decent mic, but like I lose a lot of my audio quality because of my equalizer I have to use.
What mic do you have, if you don't mind me asking?
I have a Blue Yeti.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a solid mic.
Um, like a lot of people assume that I am using a voice changer or something. Like, I get people in all the time who will pop in and just be like, why are you using a voice changer? Just use your real voice. Blah, 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 blah.
I have a Shure SM7B, which is a studio mic. Mm-hmm. It's nice because I'll never need
Why
to buy
not
another
use
mic.
a voice changer though? Because I don't need to?
Yeah, exactly. That's a fair answer.
I know there's nothing. I know there's nothing wrong with using a voice changer. It's just like I don't need to, and it would just make my audio quality even worse than it already is.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of people for some reason just like get bent out of shape about it, like so like using a voice changer is some kind of awful, horrible thing.
No. I'm just glad
I
that
don't
I'm
know.
not.
I,
Mhm. Honestly, I'm just glad that I'm no longer like super dysphoric about my voice. Because I used to be. I used to absolutely hate my voice. But now I'm like, it's weird to listen to captures of my stuff and be like, hey, I'm kind of proud of my voice. Weird.
yeah. My chucks. I used to struggle a lot too with my voice. Not necessarily dysphoria, but like, I used to be very sensitive about my appearance and my voice and things like that. I got,
Mhm.
like, I got bullied a lot.
Hmm. Wah. Wah.
Wah,
Wah.
wah,
Wah.
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 People can be so rude sometimes. It's kind of why I stopped streaming Mortal, basically.
Makes sense.
Um, Small folks don't need to do much bending to break your knees or hit you where you're tender.
True though. That's just facts.
Pretty much. What was that the old meme from the... I think it was in the 3.5 Player's Handbook. Remember that you're no taller than a halfling when you're laying flat on your back. It might have been no taller than a gnome. I don't remember. It was one of the two.
Oh, how late did you want to go?
My usual time is still for about another half hour, but how about you?
That works for me. I mean, my usual time is, like 2.5 hours at, around, but I am cool with that.
I can
We-
hang around if you want to. I ate a little while ago, so I'm fine to keep going.
Oh, yeah, if you'll have me. Oh, I have been bapped. Oh, my golly.
Yeah, and I have been booped too as a single being a bully.
I'm being help! Help!
Has it been arrested in her real world counterpart culture? Not yet. Ah!
Bodhi says the uppercut.
Bapping me.
Bodhi says the uppercut isn't aimed at your chin when your attacker is 3 foot nothing. True. Let's see, what are there? So, there was a Fallout RPG system that was not great. Because, you're familiar with Fallout, yes?
Just a little bit.
So, Fallout is based on GURPS, which is a good but clunky tabletop system. The reason that that Fallout isn't actually using GURPS is literally because they lost the license during production, so they had to make a new mechanic system for the game. Anyways, the games are good. It's a solid system, etc., etc. The tabletop version of Fallout is honest to the game to a fault, because you have your base stats and you have your skills, and your skills are based off of your base stats plus the number of points you put in your skills, sometimes with math involved. And the problem is that there's a number of things that change your base stats. Some medicines, some drugs, some poisons, some, various things will affect your base stats. And every time one thing affects your base stats, it is cascading into like 6 different skills minimum. So you basically need to rewrite your character sheet every time you gain a status effect.
Ouch.
Which is fine for a PC game where all that's handled, internally, but wretched for a tabletop game where you have to manage all of that yourself.
Yeah.
Still had a good time playing it with friends, but we eventually started just, ignoring a lot of stuff there. Also, one fact, actually, you probably know this, but one fact that might blow your chat's mind? The feat system in D&D is based on the perk system in Fallout. Yep.
I actually did not know that.
So the perks...
Not terribly surprising, but...
Well, it messes with my brain, because in my brain mind, D&D predates Fallout. There's no way that would make sense, right? Like, in my own brain mind, that feels like it messes with the timeline, the fabric of reality. But I do have a story about the perk system in Fallout, if you would like to hear.
Sure.
So...
I know... Sorry, I like, brain jumped back to a thing that I know, like, 2nd edition had, like, boons and flaws. Not quite the same as perks from Fallout, since they go to more extremes.
Yeah, but that's...
It might have been that, like, perks from Fallout were based on the boons and flaws, and then the feats were based on the perks.
So the perk system in Fallout was actually made over like 3 days, the week the game was supposed to ship. Because one of the lead devs was playtesting and just sort of decided that leveling up didn't feel interesting enough. When you level up, some of your stats go up and you can put in some skill points, but these are just numbers changes. These aren't actually, changes to how you play the game and how you see your character. They weren't anything tangible, they were just something mechanical. And as a result, leveling up didn't feel good enough. Okay? So, in a frenzy of trying to make the game better before launch, they wrote an entire new mechanic from scratch that what became the perk system. The idea being that when you level up, you gain something that affects the way that you interact with the world, that affects your gameplay, that affects your character directly. And that is a very major, overhaul to all the systems. And it also adds the ability to build towards something, because you can see some of the perks that you don't have access to, and you can say, oh, might be able to get that if I start building in a certain direction. And that can give the game a lot more replayability and make your character feel more unique because your character has more specific tricks and tools in their belt. And then, yeah, Wizards of the Coast looked at the game and said, "Hey, you know what? We have the same problem. We have the exact same issue here, and we need something like that." And they added the feat system in 3 to do the exact same thing, to make leveling up more directly engaging with how you interact with the world.
Makes sense.
Yeah, but I think that's a neat story. I think that's I just think it's neat.
Yeah.
But it definitely messes with my brain mind because it feels like, yeah, it feels like those are like, you know, different timelines sort of thing, you know?
If you don't mind, I have to turn my AC back on because I'm like cooking. I'm towards the end of the stream, my normal stream time, so I'm usually fine toughing it out. But like, if I can keep going, I'm gonna turn it on for a little bit and cool the room back off before. So I might get a little bit of buzz in my mic for a little while, just so you know what's going on. I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm. Pa 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 pa. Meow 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 meow. So, hi. Y'all doing good? How are chats having? Are chats full of happiness and joy? I hope that you are full of happiness and joy. What other... You know what? Here's a question. Oh, I also played Ironclaw. That's another game system I've played in the past. Ironclaw is a... I'm going to file it under interesting. I'm going to say it's an interesting RPG system. Is it a good RPG system? I don't know if I'd go that far. But it's an interesting system. Have you played it?
I have not.
It is very furry, and they do a really good job of distinguishing races very heavily. Like, the two different races in Ironclaw feel extremely different. Unfortunately, the game is extremely lethal. You know how some RPGs games... Yeah, you know how some RPGs are more lethal than others? It's like, yeah.
Yeah.
But cool designs and good artwork.
If you'd like to, we could go through some of the like way over extensive homebrew that I've done.
Sure. I mean, I do have a background in game design. You know, I am always interested to hear things. Though I don't know as much about 5th edition as you, so, you know, there's that.
Kind of the fundamentals are more or less the same as like a mix-ish of 3 and 4. Cause like where 4th edition you had your daily powers, encounter powers, and at will powers. Basically, 5th edition you've got long rest powers, which function more or less the same as daily powers. Your short rest powers, which are more or less the same idea as encounter, you just need an hour nap.
Okay.
And your at wills are like just basic powers and
In cantrips, right?
like cantrips and stuff. But it's leaned away from like 4th edition where it was a lot more +1 for this condition, +2 for that condition, so on and so on. 5th edition went more the way of proficiency bonus, which is like a flat bonus that scales up as you level, and advantage and disadvantage.
Yeah, advantage and disadvantages are fantastic rules that have absolutely adopted into every other edition of D&D I've played since I've heard about them. It's just a really good mechanic.
Yep, it's simple, it's easy to understand, and it causes an impactful difference.
It causes a fun difference more than anything. Because, like, mechanically, it's just the equivalent of, like, what, plus two and a half or something? Like, it doesn't actually math out to be that much.
It averages a plus or minus 5.
Oh, it goes that high? Okay. But it feels so much better as a player. That's the biggest thing, is that it feels so good.
Oh. Shiny math rock makes the click-clack sounds.
Exactly. It makes the part of my brain happy. Also, tabletop games are about rolling dice. So the more dice you're rolling, the more fun you have. That's just objective, right? If games are about rolling dice and you're rolling more dice, you are having more fun. So you want to roll more dice, which is why Shadowrun is the best RPG system, right? I think we've just settled it.
Obviously.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
The wheelbarrow Shadowrun dice.
So, really quick, would you prefer to do the big book, which has like a lot of races, it's got classes, subclasses, lore, like just heaps of different stuff in it? Or we've got the revised marshals or the survival campaign?
I'm gonna say whatever one fits into your time slot, although I will ask you to link me it so I can put it on screen as well.
Yeah, I was going to, it's just because I have to grab a different link for each one. I would say let's do the big book, and we can jump around a little.
Sure. How do I do this? That's what I do. Hold on a second. That's the wrong button.
Actually, I need to. I'll jump over to the editing page just so that I can make this easier with my already made setups.
Alright.
As I have done a lot of rebalancing or complete reimaginings of races that are already in the game.
I have it pulled up.
At the very top of the document, by the way, just so you can find things easier, on page 3, there is a table of contents that links to pretty much everything, except for like the cosmology at the end.
Okay. Where are we headed?
I suppose we can just like start by jumping around. Like, okay, Riddle is requesting we do the Kobold Mechanurge.
That's fair,
So,
that's fair.
I feel like we might as well jump to the Kobold Mechanurge.
Okay.
Basic concept is a Kobold steampunk mecha pilot.
That sounds amazing, actually.
welcome, Jelly. How are you doing?
Some are considered clever, some brilliant. Others, like you, they call mad. It requires a particular breed to willingly strap oneself into a confined space surrounded by weapons and armor, with a steam boiler strapped to your back, and yet is practically home for a mechanurge like you. Your machine is an extension of yourself, much as the same as a swordsman's blade or archer's bow. Unfortunately, it doesn't tend to sink the same way as your squishy body does trapped inside. Stumbled a little bit on that, but sight reading and all that. Sorry, hi.
It is a very flavorful, very chaotic class that has a heap of work still left to do. Jelly, if I have collab commands, it'll be in the title instead of an exclamation collab that I have to do every time. I just do it this way because it's easier.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Beholder versus Beholder, that would not go very well.
So, D8 hit die, fair. Light armor, shields, and the custom stuff, which I... Oh, really? No weapon proficiencies aside from the Mechazord weapons. That's interesting.
Well, I get simple weapons as well, but basically...
Yeah, but simple weapons is...
Mechanurge armor.
Does anybody not get simple weapons?
Wizards get specific, like a specific handful. Rogues get simple weapons across the board. It's like spellcasters basically don't get all simple weapons.
Oh, okay. Equipment, hop along mecha. Blaster or...
So the basic gist of the way... It's at the bottom of the class, but the basic gist of the way that the Mechanurge works is at different levels they get access to different tiers of Mechanurge armor, which is essentially a monster. Like, it's a construct with a set HP and AC and speed and weapons and full profile for itself.
Nice.
And a set of rules for how it behaves for when people target you with things. So, like, if you get hit by fire damage, the armor is immune to fire damage, but it just cooks you inside the armor.
Let's see. At first level, you've accomplished something you've wanted to... Okay. Kobold Cannon... Okay, so you can blast... You have an eject seat. Okay. That's actually really valuable in and of itself. Good call on checking the attack of opportunity.
And also you blast into any wall if you hit a wall before the movement's over.
All right. I'm sorry. I'm just skimming this right now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's no problem. Basically the difficulty for the Mechanurge, more than anything else, is like their armor should make them a bit tankier and a bit stronger than most other classes at their level.
Okay.
But it's that you need to skip rests, so you'll gain exhaustion. So that you can do repairs, because your armor does not heal naturally, you have to manually repair it.
That's interesting. I like it. Wait a sec here. Sorry if I blew people's ear out there. There we go. Furious Kobold Might.
This monster is definitely The Zoomster is definitely the most just like silly fun one that I wrote.
Where is that? Oh, there it is, there it is.
It's the last subclass.
At 3rd level, your relentless yearning for speed means that no matter the restrictions of or weight of your armor, it is able to dash and jump. At any time the armor would have a speed reduced to 0, you may still move half your speed. Ooh. And if you would be reduced to... And if you would be reduced to 0 hit points while your armor still possesses hit points... Oh, okay, you can shimmy away. That's pretty cool. Okay. And... Ooh, you can suffer fire damage to double your armor. Oh, nice, 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 nice. I'm definitely seeing some inspiration from War Machine in this. This is literally Redline.
Yep.
which is fine. I'm not saying it, like that makes perfect sense. Yeah, that's it's fantastic. What size is the armor? Like model size? Because
it changes as you gain tiers. So, like, the first one is a medium construct, approximately the size of a dwarf.
Okay. Because you're a small creature in that, and you're in a medium size armor. Okay, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. And then, like, as you get to higher tiers, you'll get access to light, medium, and heavy options that can increase in size up to huge was the largest one.
Cast haste on yourself as a spell-like ability. That's actually amazing. Rather than being stunned, your armor suffers lightning damage. That's fair. That's fair.
And the way that lightning damage works on the Mechanurge armor is it has a surge threshold.
Okay.
So if it takes a certain amount of lightning damage up to a threshold, then if it hits that threshold, it's immediately stunned for 1 round.
That's okay. Okay.
So the red line, like your non-magical haste, is when it ends, you don't just get stunned, you also take lightning damage.
I like this last one with the where you move 60 feet during your turn, you gain the benefit of heavily obscured, because that really encourages a hit and run type of combat where you would want to move in, strike, and then move out, which is going to run the risk of getting a free strike unless you have things to mitigate that. But is also going to require a lot of map control, right? You need to make sure that your opponent doesn't have control effects that limit your ability to, well, find line of sights and find angles to maneuver. That's a good risk-reward option that runs the risk of sometimes not being useful, simply put, while other times being incredibly valuable. And also, yeah, that's just a gunner. That's just a gunbreaker. Yeah, I recognize that.
Yep, it's the gun chicken.
Yep, I love it.
And right under this, I did the Necromancer, which is a spell slotless spellcaster.
Ooh.
Built into the lore of the world that the handbook is based in.
Hold on, I need to do another dramatic reading. A spellcaster of old Norrene, trained or educated in the ways of necromancy. A necromancer is a master of the vital essence of living and of the dead alike. Many now consider your lost art blasphemous or inhuman, but Norrene was a cold and logical place. One where the limited resources meant that the most of the economy relied upon labor. In such a place, a cheap source of domestic labor was greatly desired, and a means of maintaining the health of those who worked as traveling merchants or skilled craftsmen was a valuable necessity. As a result, your people learned the ways of restoring the dead to life and manipulating the energy of those that still lived. Sorry, I can't help myself. I have to do a dramatic reading.
It's okay. In lore, at least, necromancers basically cast directly out of their lifespan.
Oh.
So, like, instead of having a magic spell slot system where you draw magic from the world around you, you are spending your own vitality and shaving years off of your life.
Mm-hmm.
Mechanically, that's represented as spending hit points and hit dice on your spells.
So it's a blood mage.
Pretty much.
I like it. I had a society in a campaign I was running once that they were full of blood mages. But the twist is that they didn't see it as anything dark. Sort of like what you're saying when this is a necromancer isn't necessarily dark. It's like, no, it's not, blood magic. Blood is the water of life. Blood is the life that we all live in. This is life magic, not blood magic. And it's like that's how they saw it.
Basically, imagine Jim Bro blood mages and you get necromancers. Because if they increased their vitality by living a healthy lifestyle, eating healthy food, then they would increase their lifespan and their ability to use magic.
That makes sense. Have you read Gideon the Ninth?
I don't think so.
Lesbian Space Necromancers. Fantastic book, highly recommend it.
Knock knock. Thank you, Bacon. Trying to trick me with the knock knocks.
It is a very 40K-esque, so far in the future that much of the world has been forgotten. But one of the arts that still exists is necromancy. That's like one of the few magics that is still around in the world. And good book, I recommend it. And it's a romance story. So where's the... Okay, so the spells just cost HP.
They cost HP, and as they go up in level, they start to cost hit dice too.
And what does that mean to lose hit dice? Does that lose your max HP?
In 5th edition, you use hit dice, like you have a number of hit dice equal to your level. When you complete a short rest, so a 1 hour break, you can spend hit dice to heal.
Okay, so it's healing surges. That's identical to healing surges. Got it.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. That's actually what I was thinking.
And then at the end of a long rest, you restore half of your total hit dice.
Yeah. Okay, so it's almost the same mechanic as the healing surges in 4th.
Pretty much.
Okay, cool. That's what I was actually thinking would be a good twist on this if it was in 4th edition. So that sounds like it is. Perfect.
Yeah. So like, 1st level spells only cost hit points. But then 2nd level spells cost hit points and hit dice. 3rd levels, 2 hit dice, 2 hit points, or 2 dice of hit points. So on and so forth. So your 3rd level spell will cost you, or 4th level spell will cost you 3 hit dice and 3 d8 hit points.
But you also gain another hit die every other level, though. Nice. I like it because it also makes it you a tanky mage, which I think is very cool in and of itself.
They also have a couple of unique spells that only the necromancer gets. Basically they get like a fireball that instead of dealing fire damage does necrotic, and half of the lowest amount of damage that it deals to a living creature is restored to all undead in its area of effect. Or if you upcast it, you can also use it to restore your own hit points.
I like it. Where's the actual raising skeletons part?
That is in the spells. So, like, Animate Dead is a 3rd level spell to raise a skeleton. example.
Oh, okay. So it's just okay. It's not one of the originals. Got it. Oh, so you didn't actually make any original necromancer spells. Interesting.
I did.
Oh.
There was Soul Bolt is like a reflavor, Wave of Souls, and Soul Vortex are reflavors. But there's the Word of Flesh Mending, Word of Grin Mending.
Oh, sorry. I misspoke.
Both of
I mean,
Grim Strength.
did you have any original necromancer resurrection spells?
Oh no.
Okay, that's that. I misspoke. That's my
There's
bad.
already quite a few. Like there's already quite a few written into the system.
Oh, okay.
Because you have Enemy Dead, Create Dead, Dance Macabre, Raise Dead is your, like, resurrect living people.
Mm-hmm.
Revivify for bringing people back to life. There's a fair number.
What are their healing options?
They get Cure Wounds, they get, False Life, they get, Soul Bolt is their cantrip can heal themselves a small amount.
Yeah. Okay.
But the big ones are the Wave of Souls and the Soul Vortex. Are a first and a third level spell that if upcast by spending hit dice on them, you can heal yourself for half the lowest amount of damage that they deal.
Nice. So
That
what?
is specific to one of the subclasses, right? Although that's the only finished subclass right now too, so...
So what's the
The
limitation on this?
massage... Sorry?
So what is this class bad at? 'Cause that's always
It
something
does
that
not
I
get
like to
any
think about.
It does not get any special, like, skills features.
Okay.
It does get spellcasting, but it only gets a fairly limited set of spells. Like, it actually has, I think, the smallest spell list in the game.
Okay.
It can survive in combat, but it's not good at it.
Gotcha. Well, it has a lot of HP, especially for a mage. So.
Yeah, it has a lot for a mage, but it's less functional HP than a druid. And the longer that a combat goes on, the worse that a necromancer will do, and the more consecutive days of adventuring they do, the worse that they'll do as well.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm looking at medium armor and D10 hit die and being like, okay, so this thing.
Yeah.
This thing can do
It
anything it
gets the
wants.
same base HP as a ranger, for example, like the same base durability as a ranger.
Mm-hmm.
But for anything more functional than a cantrip, they're spending their own hit points, so their actual
Right.
functional HP is closer to a DA.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. So you could. Nice. But they have a cantrip that restores a bit of health anyway, so if they could go into
It
sustain mode
restores
and stay on
from
that.
0 to 5 HP.
That's not bad. What is it? D6 minus 1?
Half of a D10.
Oh, okay. That,
Assuming that the attack hits.
yeah, but cheating out an attack is kind of what what this kind of class is going to be able to do, right? You should probably always be able to fish out an attack that should hit, right?
Yeah. I've playtested this one a few times. At lower level especially, it just, like, nukes itself, basically. We played a game like this one at one point. They took on the role of, like, dedicated caster / healer for the group. They were hovering at, like, 1 to 4 HP.
Nice.
At level 1, and then still at level 2, and it was only around level 4 that they were starting to hover at, like, 5 to 8 HP.
Interesting. But that's also by choice. You could just literally, you could actually go into melee and spam Soul Bolt and still contribute and functionally be a tank that can heal a little bit of itself at each attack.
Yeah, but if you wanted to do that, a paladin would do the same job better.
True. I'm just thinking about the versatility of it. You know, like the fact that that's an option. The fact that you're not sacrificing the ability to do that is interesting. That's all I'm saying. Especially with all the hit dice you could dream of with the vigor.
Yeah.
I like it. How many skeletons are you allowed to have at once?
Technically infinite. The issue is that you lose control of them if you don't re-exert control by recasting enemy dead on them. So like casting enemy dead, you can raise 1, or you can recast it to assert control over 3. Or if you upcast it, you can raise 2 or reassert control over 5, and then each progressive level it adds 2 to the number you can add control or reassert control over. Or adds 1 to the number of bodies reanimated.
So realistically, you have a soft cap of like 20 or something.
Yeah, because you've got to spend hit dice and hit points on recasting to keep control on them.
Okay, yeah. Interesting. Do they have any way of buffing their own skeletons so that they're stronger than stock ones?
Not like quite directly. I was planning on that becoming one of these, being one of the subclasses going forward, but I haven't gotten to it yet. But they do have the other spells, like the Oath of Grim Strength. Is 3 undead creatures under your control deal additional damage equal to spellcasting modifier for the next up to 1 minute.
Okay.
Oh, Sippy, thank you.
Awesome.
Or like the Word of Grim Binding is you can sacrifice one of your undead to be a crowd control spell.
I would definitely want to see a subclass on this that doubled down entirely on nothing but the skeletons, like on the raised dead aspect of it. Just letting that be the primary thing that the class is here for. Because I feel like that would be a good niche. Have it be a summoner who can, throw out a bone and summon 10 skeletons at the drop of a hat, because that's what they do. But then maybe even have that subclass lose the medium armor proficiency or something like that. I don't know.
Maybe.
To limit them.
The bone knitter that's already in there. Remember the demi-lich that I talked about before?
Yeah.
That the party adopted as their new friend? Well, the wizard who adopted him spent, when he was granted the opportunity to have a wish granted, he used it on having his buddy brought back to life. And McRib is a bone knitter. Is basically why I wrote the class.
Gotcha.
Hello, dragon fruit. Enjoy your lurk. Same character, actually. The Luthian's Rain of Blood is a spell that he wrote.
Oh, nice. I like the class. I like the concept. It's yeah, very cool.
Thank you. Under that is the re-revised Ranger, which has since been revised again.
I actually think it was on. I hopped on your stream in chat while you were working on this, I believe.
Yeah.
I don't know which revision that was.
Well, that's the newest one that you popped in on. It's almost exactly the same as this. I added the old Ranger tricks and that was about it. The original revised version was released by Wizards of the Coast. It failed to actually tackle the problem that Rangers have. in 5th edition, which is that they pick one creature type and that's all that they're good against. Like
Yeah.
like being a rogue or being a fighter is better than being a ranger in 5th edition.
Mm-hmm.
So I revised. I wrote my own revised version of the ranger, which was taking away its spellcasting and doubling down on its themes to make someone who like hyper specializes in learning their enemies and how to defeat them just from experience.
Okay. You know what 4th edition did one with Ranger? You spend an action to mark well, not mark, that actually has a different meaning. You spend an action to study one target, and then for the rest of the encounter you deal an extra d6 anytime you're doing a damage dealing attack against that target.
They actually just made that a spell in 5th edition.
Oh, okay. Fair enough then.
It's just bonus action Hunter's Mark. You deal a bonus d6, you always know where they are.
That's exactly the same thing. Okay, fair enough. Well, okay.
I basically didn't think it made sense. I completely got rid of it. I went the way of giving the ranger the ability to just always be able to track a creature that they've hit was hit with an attack sometime within the past 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
And then instead of, like, mark that creature gets a bonus d6. I have it so... if you've successfully dissected the creature and tracked it before, then you just deal a bonus damage die. So, like, if you're using a d8, you add a d8.
Okay. You know what you could do if you really want to stress test this? You could hand this to these to Pack Tactics and ask him what he thinks, because
I actually did. He basically, when I mentioned it to him, said, "You took spellcasting away from rangers. You've nerfed them into the ground. Get rid of it." Was kind of the gist of what he told me.
He's a good bean, but he's definitely got opinions.
I would love to actually get to talk with him sometime more about it. It's just like, we've had very limited conversations. But like, the revised martial classes that I've been working on has been a project that I tackled because of our conversation about rangers and rangers and spellcasting. I doubled down. I said, no, rangers should not have spellcasting.
I'm inclined
I'm
to
gonna
agree.
make all the other martial classes better.
I'm inclined to agree. Rangers may have spell-like abilities in some cases, but I don't think they should have proper spellcasting.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel thematically appropriate.
Yeah.
It's like the wilderness warden. Here's some spells to fill in the gaps of what we didn't design for you.
Yeah. Pack Tactics is the D&D version of a paperclip optimizer? I'm not exactly sure what a paperclip optimizer is.
It's a theoretical AI thing about like taking optimization to its extreme.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
It's part of how he enjoys D&D, though, is just optimizing and doing things the best possible way.
And he actually doesn't sweat that much when he plays.
As long as everyone is having fun, that's the most important thing.
Yeah, as long as everybody is on the same page, as long as everybody is playing the same game, right? This goes back to what we were saying about War Machine, like 2 hours ago? Good grief.
Yep.
But, we're as long as everybody is on the same page, you can have fun. But it's when people start to diverge from that you start to have the... disparity.
Yeah. um, once I finish my... Actually, no, I could technically deliver, like, show him my revised Marshall's document now.
And Otto is
Since
correct.
I've got everything in a playtesting state.
Otto is correct. If you go back all the way, Paladin was the warrior that could cast a couple of cleric spells, and Ranger was the warrior that could cast a couple of druid spells. Like that was the Ranger's original niche, right? That was their thing, is that they were the they were the offensive spell casting melee fighter, or ranged fighter, either way. So yes, but that's not what they are now, right? Like the fact that they were like that back in first and a little in second ed doesn't mean that was correct, and doesn't mean that's what it should still be. That's all. Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. And I understand Riddle, Shield, and Polearm is possible, but it's not exactly good.
Why not?
It's very, very, very difficult to handle a shield and a polearm at the same time.
Depends on your definition of polearm.
True, I suppose.
Because shield and short spear was a very common weapon combination throughout. I mean, that's think of a hoplon. Like that's what the Roman army specialized in. And the Greeks had shields that actually had a cutout for your polearm to rest, so that you could use it. Like that, they had that little curve cutout in the upper right section of the shield, literally to rest your polearm on without while still guarding your backhand. Shield and plus gladiatorial arenas, shield and buckler. I'm sorry, buckler and light spear was the second most common weapon choice for gladiatorial fighters after actually no, it was third, because first was gladius buckler, and the second was actually light spear and net. That was very popular, but after that was light spear and buckler. So I'm actually gonna hard disagree with that. I think that spear and shield was very common historically. And that's not even counting historical Americans.
The particular case that Riddle is talking about, because he's in my Wednesday game, is like Tower Shield and Glaive.
Oh, well, that's
or like Bardation Tower Shield kind of thing.
Oh yeah, that's a whole different. That's very different.
Yeah, it's very different, because Buckler is technically a shield, but it's more of a punchy than it is a defendy.
And glaive is much more of a two-handed weapon as opposed to a short spear. But but like I would actually argue that the Romans did use a medium-sized shield and a decently sized spear effectively, though it wasn't a halberd.
Yeah, no, 100%. I was quick with my wording, I should say.
Okay, honestly, I was just excited to talk about history.
Yeah. There is a way to do it, like, without too much trouble, and especially any gaps that you would have are covered by having the person beside you. But, like, solo duelist style fighting with massive, like, heavy halberd or glaive and gigantic tower shield or kite shield.
Yeah.
Is a mess.
And Riddle, you say that halberds and glaives are shorter than most spears. That's true.
They're much heavier though too.
Exactly. It is completely immaterial because of the balance is so different. That even though they're shorter, they end up still being more unbalanced than a regular spear.
And yes, straps exist, but a strap is definitely no substitute for actually properly using a shield.
True. I need to think about sleep, tragically.
Oh, okay.
Are there any closing thoughts or questions? from either chat or you.
Um, I honestly don't know. I am drawing blanks on brain right now.
I had a blast. I feel like
Me
time
too.
absolutely flew. I didn't realize I was streaming for 4.5 hours because, well, this is just hanging out with friends.
Mhm. I would also love to do, like actually trying to design a game with you sometime.
That would be
Seems
delightful.
like it would be a fun time.
All right, Vori wants a real quick 12-second long edition war. So let's just real quick rank editions.
Um, okay, that is difficult because they're so different for different things.
Yes.
If I was going to rank like overall playability,
Mm-hmm.
I would probably say 5th edition is my first place.
Mm-hmm.
It is tough because 4th and 3rd both have similar problems in very different ways. I would say I'm gonna tie them at 2nd place. Then 2nd edition, then 1st edition.
Okay.
I would give 2nd edition my 2nd place spot just for nostalgia, but I know that it is not very playable, Seiko, and such,
That's
with many
completely fair, actually.
disasters.
I would put as a game designer, I would put 4th at the top. I think 4th is the best design and the best balance that D&D has ever had between melee and casters, as well as in terms of combat actually being an enjoyable puzzle board game. I think that it's that would put it at the top, followed by 5th, because 5th takes a lot of the things that 4th did well and works on a lot of new features. I do feel like 5th backslid in a couple ways, specifically with the variety of attacks that some melee characters are allowed to do. That's actually one of my big sticking points on it. But it's still a fantastic addition, and I don't mean to fault it. 2nd Ed is good for what it tries to be. That is to say, 2nd Ed wants to be a dungeon dive where you find traps, people die. 2nd Ed doesn't want to do the same thing as 4th or 5th. So if you take 2nd Ed on the basis of what it's trying to be, I think it works well enough for that 3rd slot. 3.5 was a beautiful train wreck. It was
It was a bloated mess.
It was a beautiful train wreck. It's responsible for some of the best things that D&D eventually became, but it ain't them. And then 1st is nostalgia only. Like even like it's a mess. 1st edition is a theory, not a game.
Oh, just have you played Chainmail?
Bore says that 4th was a great tactical game, but they don't think that's what the bulk of their audience wanted, and I think I agree with that. A lot of people didn't like 4th edition because it was too different from what they were expecting, not because it wasn't a good game, right? It was just not what people were expecting it to be, and people had their opinions colored because this is different, therefore I don't like it as much. I think that's a very fair point.
My position personally for 4th edition, I of course used to, I even at one point had it as a rule in my chat just for the sake of the meme. Like being entirely transparent and honest. I actually, 4th edition was a fun tactics game. And I feel like when made in video game format, or with a computerized interface, it was a lot more fun for sure. Where a lot of your paperwork and tracking was handled for you. But I felt like it was very subject to the dice roll roleplay stops phenomenon.
Interesting. Because with my groups, I never felt that. But that's just more, I think, might depend on the group.
Yeah. I've played in a lot of different groups of varying like investments and
Yeah.
stuff. And I found that 4th edition was the one that consistently, like every time that I got to try it, consistently, even people who normally had no problem with role-playing mid-combat, pretty consistently lost that role-playing spark when playing 4th edition.
Huh.
And
Interesting.
I think it's primarily because of, like, the amount of math that usually ends up happening.
That's fair. It is. The combat system is more involved at the very least. It is more involved and more complex with a lot of options and movements, which is part of why I like it.
I think, like, if you were playing it in, for example, Foundry or Roll20, where you can get scripts that would automate part of that process, it would be way more accessible to way more people.
That makes sense.
But, like, overall playability, that's why I put 5th as my first one.
That's fair.
It's just, it's modular, it's flexible, it doesn't necessarily do everything the best, but it does it in a way that's approachable and that every table can adjust for their own playstyle.
I agree with that statement. I genuinely do. I will head off one comment before someone said it in your chat. No, actually I'm shocked. Good. I will say the one complaint that people throw at 4th Ed that I absolutely hate is that they say it's video gamey or MMO-ish, right? It's like, there are 3 D&D MMOs and all of them use a 3.5 rule set, first of all. But...
Neverwinter actually uses 4th edition.
Really? No.
Yep.
Huh. Anyways, okay. I've always seen it as cinematic, right? It's like, people always complain like, oh, well, why can the barbarian only swing around and hit all enemies around them once per combat? And it's like, it's cinematic. It's like Power Rangers, Voltron only forms Blazing Sword once per episode. It's based on this, Sentai style of combat where the melee fighters have these limitations on what they can do, because you can't do it more than that in one combat because it's a movie. It plays out like like an episode of Power Rangers. I that's how I see it, but and I see it more like that rather than the video gaming aspect.
Yeah, it makes sense. I usually say it, I often end up falling into the trap of saying that it's video gamey too, and I think that's just because of, like, trying to phrase how, like, the numbers, that you have to manually handle a lot of numbers and conditions and stuff.
There is more bookkeeping in 4th. I don't deny that for a second. There is more bookkeeping, but that bookkeeping stems from the fact that there's more things that you can do.
Yeah, kind of similar though to like what you were talking about with Fallout, where one adjustment could have this cascade effect.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is not a bad system in and of itself. I think for sure it has things that I would like to draw from it.
Yeah.
But I don't actually own the books, so I would have to find them somewhere.
So yeah, there's the short version of the edition words.
Yeah, basically the way that they do it in Neverwinter is like your encounter powers are like cooldowns, and then your daily power is like charged up like an Overwatch ultimate.
Okay. Okay, fair.
It's very, very approachable and playable in that format. From the limited experiences that I've had playing 4th edition, it was the most playable version of 4th edition for me.
Fair enough. Any other questions or thoughts you want to... Oh.
I also tend to play with very, like, by the seat of your pants style players and DMs.
Wah.
I am being bombarded. Ah!
Reasonable.
Well, thank you again so much for hanging out with me, Jade.
This was a delight.
Yeah, I would love to get to hang out some more again soon.
Yeah, I will look forward to it. But for now, I'm afraid that I must collapse. So make sure you like the video and go follow Kobold Sprigg and subscribe to my channel where subscriptions are free.
Yeah.
'Cause
Click the
YouTube-
red button and the little like bell one too.
Oh,
and
you gotta press the bell.
thumbs.
Yeah.
And the thumbs.
Click all
Which
the buttons.
kobold got two thumbs? All of them.
Yo. Just click all the buttons. Just if you see a button, click it. Just every single
Yeah.
button. That's a safe bet. Safe bet. Good life policy. I recommend it. Okay. All right. Cheers, friends.
Night night.